Hello everyone. Pathfinder login indeed in Canucks. We are gonna be having so much fun on this build. Yo, Kisuke. How you doing, buddy? I was so surprised when I saw the patch notes. No Pathfinder nerf. No toxic growth nerf. They did adjust acid concoction. I'm okay with that. I can live with that. I don't think we are picking it up on launch. But maybe it's worth it to use it and throw in between the onslaught of toxic growths. But we already have mana flask issues, and consuming 5 flasks every time we do that, I don't think that's good. Practicing for your original sin run. Yo, good luck on that. I would never dare to do one like those. Big props for you to going to give it a go. Mine is just way too unstable for that. My biggest questions are, what are the Ascendancies and Spirit Gems looking like now? So this is what I'm thinking of right now. I have no idea, Equinox. I need to see numbers. We really need to see the numbers on these things. How much damage do they do? How viable are they? How good do they feel? Like the quality of life and the numbers are. We just don't know stuff yet. So it's a cool thing to test, but I will test it as a second build. Pathfinder login, Shadow. We are gonna be having so much fun with the build. Um, right. So I think this is the play. So, Ascendancy-wise, we are losing contagious contamination. This does not matter to us in the end game. We're just not gonna be using Roar. we can theoretically use Aurora in the very much endgame of the endgame when we have a plus 50 spirit, so we could do Aurora plus Herald of Plague plus Wind Dancer plus Herald of Blood. But before that, I think we want to use Wind Dancer for survivability, and then Herald of the Plague because we need to poison Proliv. So losing this makes endgame a little bit less convenient, but it's fine. But it makes our Act 2 weaker. No, we are not going. I'm not planning on using Roar at the start. I'm planning to use Roar at the end, but not at the start. I can only start using Roar once I have a plus 50 amulet. Exactly. I need my spirit for Wind Dancer for survivability, Herald of the Plague for clear, Herald of Blood again for clear, and then if I have any spare, I can either set up a Withering Presence weapon swap for single target, or I would be using that on either Ghost Dancer and go Hybrid ES Evasion, or on Vitality or something. Or Plague Bearer. And only once I have plus 60, so plus 50 on the 10 and the plus 50 from an amulet or body, I would be able to fit in Roar. But I be honest, because we are poisoned, because we have a delay in damage, Roar, I just did the entire... Yeah, I've been testing. This is a character that just hit T15 maps, and most of the time I had to jump down from my Roar because I had to dodge something. I'm not killing stuff fast enough that I would be able to run through a map without a dodge roll. But the build works. And next league we have a couple of things that we can add on top of the already working build.
Here, mortal, you will not find what you seek. Suffer!
And also, to be fair, until later on when we are not able to sprint in a map, Roar isn't even needed. Roar is only needed once we can sprint in a map, and we need that. As long as we can sprint in maps, and because they're removing density of enemies, we can sprint a whole lot more in our map. Yeah, no, I'm not planning grenades. Grenades were my plan B and my plan A survived, so I am A-okay going plan A. Even if my campaign takes an hour longer or two.
This place will take all that you love.
Also, hi. Yep, how are you doing, buddy? What do you mean template for mobility? The MOBA guide is half done. I just need to add gear and gems and adjust a little bit on the tree and the notes. Because of the changes we are likely doing.
The form your plane forced upon me.
Busy trophy.
Why is this one looking weird?
Only death can bring new life.
This one, pick it up.
Eat the fruit, but be...
I'm not a fan of it either, Gone. Ooh, that's a good belt. We lose a bit of life. We lose a charm slot I don't care about. I mean, I hope between the performance and the server fixes that is gonna be less of an issue. So, this right now, I wanted to showcase it property 15 or the unique map. I'm not even using overwhelming toxicity or contagious contamination, so my setup is Wind Dancer, Herald of Plague, Herald of Blood, and I have a weapon spot Withering Presence, so in weapon set 2 I'm having Withering Presence. I 100% I agree. It is... I'm not a big fan of the penalty system of Endgame. I really hope it gets fixed next league. They were plans this league. They didn't make the scope. Or they didn't make the time. So I accept that. I will play. But I really hope that we get our 6 portals back in softcore. I'm just a much bigger fan of that. Especially given that we still have very little hit pool. And they likely have nerfed energy shield in some form based on the Q&A. Which we don't know the exact numbers of. But they haven't really been buffed to health-based builds to compete still. So everything just got a little bit worse. Yeah, I couldn't have played that with a Roar. That's why I'm thinking I don't need Roar at launch. Dodge roll is much stronger until I'm in a very powerful state. And when I'm in powerful state, I can afford my 50 Spirit Amulet.
Quick and lethal.
And then I don't need, and then I can use Roar. Wow. Really? Was it a white mob or a rare that killed me? Okay, at least it was a rare, not a white mob. But that it can hit... That is a very big AoE for something that looks melee. Dude, what the actual... I just dodge rolled that attack and he immediately did it again. What is that? How was the counterplay? It had the entire width of the walkway as its AoE. I can't afford to lose by only T15 because the game have not dropped me any map between that one map I keep getting dropped from the boss. If I break this map, I am back to yellow maps. There's another thing I really don't like between the current system. It's okay to sustain your maps, but it's really hard to over-sustain. I thought he only sells T1s. I will check in a moment. I haven't crit. Oh no, there's the crit. When you crit, you see his health just drop. It's so satisfying. Look at this. This was a crit again. And he's just dead. 2 crits, all it takes. Alright. It just happens once you leave. Yeah. If it happens, it's a sour taste. That is something that's also gonna be very interesting. Like, oh, I'm dead. Bye bye. The Alva Temple buffs, if they are really powerful, it's gonna be really iffy with them being, oh hey, you randomly died. Goodbye to your buffs.
Yes, this is all we have.
Oh! Okay, that makes this so much better.
See what you can achieve with that. Go.
This makes progression so much easier. Thank you so much, buddy. Indeed. Okay, I have actually maps now. I can actually risk stuff now. Alright, if you get a nice prosthetic, you use it as long as you have it, and when you die, it's gone anyway. Yes, I would gladly take a build template I can copy-paste. I wouldn't mind that. Alright. But I'm not running that on... Oh, I don't have a T11. So I guess I am running that on a T15. But I'm running a white T15 because the essences can be very hard. I still think that the survivability in the game right now needs significant improvements. I don't think given that you just sometimes get stunned and one shot and then that's it. In a juiced map and you lose the entire map. Perfect electricity. What happens if I wall this? Ah, I get an additional one, okay.
I shall put you down. Barely broke a sweat.
Rita's sorcery, I don't care about. Yeah, the crit fishing on this build is insane. And when the crit happens, the ID is so much damage. It's absurd. Body I do care about. Wow. Alright, and now the big boy.
Invader!
I would like to not be stuck in a corner.
Rotten!
Okay.
Rotten!
The cage is annoying for me because I don't do enough unhit damage.
I need more mana.
Huh?
Rotten! Rotten! Swell!
The biggest issue right now is the cage. It allows me to not, or it forbids me to move. I can't position myself.
Rotten! My pet's hunger! Rotten! Swell! Grow!
I'm very glad I put in the map wide.
Still!
This one, pick it up.
There we go. That's what I wanted. It's just essences, but it's... Each essence makes it more tanky. That's why it took barely any damage compared to the last map boss I killed. And it just stopped me from moving all the time. I was stuck in attacks because I couldn't dodge roll out of them.
Go on.
That was honestly the biggest issue. Alright, we got essences now. No map drop though. When do you reset your shop? Likely on level up. Definitely not doing this to that 6 mod. You have a question. Can you make your crystal cave within a T1 waystone? You need to make it harder. I only had T16s, but it requires at least a T11. So Silent Cave need T11, but I didn't have a T11, so I just put in the T15 I had.
Something about this place. I've never felt less at home in a forest before.
Alright, now we have a proper map to showcase.
Cut you down!
This is the main reason I want Pathfinder. These explosion chains are super satisfying. And you can't have it on other builds right now. I mean, you can have it on Bleed, but Bleed isn't quite supported well enough that it feels amazing compared to Poison. We don't have an Ascendancy that is attack-based Bleed yet. If we get an attack-based Bleed Ascendancy that has some Bleed quality of life for better spread, then I think it's gonna be good. Bleed, you can only have one poison icon stack. I'm surprised that they haven't done anything to this, that is just still in the game. Strive! You think there's a rare change being tankier? Honestly, rares aren't an issue. All I need to do is throw a couple of toxic growth on them. Until we have absorbed poison damage, we are basically just doing on hit for single target. And I will get to a couple of things related to toxic growth in a moment after this map. That, based on the patch notes, we need to test at league start.
Quick and lethal.
Look, they're already dying. I didn't even attack them. They just died from the chain I started here. Everything on the Abyss died, including the rare. And even, like, the rare just died on the side. It's absurd. You're watching from Korea? Hey, hello from Germany. How strong do I expect current and post-patch Pathfinder to become? Right now, Pathfinder, I would say, is B tier campaign, A tier endgame. Because Lightning, it's directly compared to Lightning Arrow, right? In the upcoming league, Lightning Arrow is getting a nerf, Deadeye is getting a nerf, Pathfinder is getting a buff, Toxic Growth, Poison is getting a buff with Vine Arrow, and Toxic Growth is getting a change, which I think is actually a hidden buff, and I will explain that after this map. So, I think Pathfinder campaign is A tier. Oh, that was stupid of me. Pathfinder campaign is A tier, and Pathfinder endgame is S tier now.
Burst.
It might also be that Pathfinder might be one of the earliest builds to adapt energy shield builds, PoEs. So we are competing with spellcasters and not with evasion-based bow builds on gear at launch.
Face me. Barely broke a sweat. Can't complain.
This is SSF, by the way. It took a little bit for me to get used to the new progression. I did a couple of things that slowed me down. But damage-wise, as long as you have a good bow, you have really no struggle pushing into red tier maps. Hey, Greater Exalt. Yeah, rare die to Poison Burst. I didn't even use Toxic Growth. I should have vaulted this for a perfect Essence of Battle instead of a Greater. I forgot that we want that. We assume some tree nerfs, yes. We already seen the nerf to... what's called... Ghost Dance.
That's all of them.
And I assume that there will be some numerical numbers. My issue with that is that I would really hope an improvement to the numerical numbers of evasion in return. Or armor. Because we still have the issues of very low life hit pool. Our max hit is very bad. So we are still forced to play the dodge everything big. Otherwise you die. Which I still think is not a good play behavior. I would much rather enjoy the game if I had at least double the hit pool. Like, at this point in PoE 1, I would be sitting at a pro 4K life, and here I'm sitting at half of it. And I would feel like I need double of it to not feel as squishy. That is my biggest issue with PoE 2 is this is one half of it, and the other half of it is the death ball. The only 2 or 3 attempts per maps. I really don't like it.
Yes.
I'm not a big fan of that part. I much rather have more life and better evasion. So to be fair, actually I lied with the evasion. Evasion is fine, like 2k evasion is a pretty good number. Even in PoE 1. 20k, not 2k.
Prepare yourself.
I just would have lied the better hit pool beneath that. Right now I'm showcasing a map and then we are finalizing some PoB changes and discussing some things regarding the new patch notes. Alright, I have crit here, I have diff pathing, I still need a good jewel here. I need to grab this in weapon set 1. I have this part, I have that part, I have those. Don't really need this as much in weapon set 2. I'd much rather grab this. I will need a bit more crit chance before I can do that. Alright, need to do some... Pathfinder looks insane. Alright. So, we are just fishing for a crit. We are just keep attacking here. And when you see this big chunk of damage, that is one crit. This is us just critting once.
I've had worse.
It is insane how much damage we can do the moment we crit. Yo! Let's go! I did not expect that to work. How good was an average sliver tongue? How much DPS is this? I did not expect this to work out. This is about 130. Okay. So, this is better for weapon set 2, but we can now... have this in weapon set 1, and this in weapon set 2 for single target. I just don't have... How are we supposed to get sockets? I've barely gotten any runes.
What is
I'm starting Poison Pathfinder 100%. There's nothing stopping me now.
Go on.
A shift in my training can't hurt.
I like the Herald chaining. So in PoE 1 I just did it with Blade Vortex, and it felt super satisfying. And now in PoE 2, I found this interaction. Well, I didn't find it in-game, but I found people using it, I looked into it. So using Herald of Plague, because the contamination is now gone, combined with Herald of Blood, supported by Bursting Plague, Bleed, and Poison, and then using Bleed on our main skill that does physical damage, allows us to start a chain. So we bleed an enemy and poison an enemy. This enemy dies. It's now spreading its poison to nearby enemies. And it's also making an explosion with Herald of Blood. This Herald of Blood explosion is inflicting physical damage on enemies, which also again can poison them. But also, because we have Bursting Plague on Poison Burst, the enemy is again exploding also in another physical explosion. And this explosion applies bleed to enemies. So now we have again all enemies surrounding, bled and poisoned, so they die again and repeat the loop. Sometimes an enemy might just bleed, or sometimes an enemy might just poison, but we can keep repeating this with Herald of the Blood, triggering Bursting Plague, triggering Poison, triggering Herald of Blood. And I really like these satisfying chain pops. And they can clear an entire abyss just by killing one monster. Alright, next. I have an Ice Fang Orbit. Why have I not been using this? Oh, because it's a mineral. Okay. I will be leveling as poison. Alright, so here's a couple of things I wanted to talk about. Toxic Growth got one major change in the patch notes. If we look here, it now has a limit of 12 instead of 8, and fires 4 instead of 8. This means we fire less per salvo, but we can have more placed. Now, this does not mention the quality. If the quality of a gem gets changed, such as Siege Cascade, quality is now, we assume that the quality is the same. So we assume that our Toxic Growth quality is keeping that fires to additional and limit to additional. So, with that information in our head, we assume that we can go up to limit of 14 with firing 6 pustules. We also increased the attack speed by 20%, meaning that during the campaign in the early endgame, where we want to do many attacks, because we are more relying on the on-hit damage of Toxic Growth, we will be firing more. Now you say, oh, but you fire less pustules per throw, right? We are only firing half. This is a big question, and it has two questions we have regarding of that. If I fire Toxic Growth, you see here that there are a lot of wait, let me actually visualize this with screen marker. My initial hit was this one. Now I have these three in a radius where if I hit a boss, it would explode. But the total radius is this. This is with concentrated effect. So if I, there we go, take concentrated effect out and do this again, I fire in here, you see how huge the spread is. Now, my hope is, by firing only 4 pustules, that these pustules are gonna be the 4 in the green circle. So I have a way bigger, a way closer targeting point, instead of having a spread. Because on most enemies, all these outside of the green circle, or on the line of the green circle, won't be hitting the boss I'm targeting. If this is the case, then this is a buff, because we can better pinpoint what we want to target, what we want to damage, and we have less spread. Now on clear, it is a slight nerf, but this is whatever, because we didn't needed it for clear anyway. We're using Poison Burst and Herald Chains, and we only need Toxic Growth whenever there's a rare. So we have this Toxic Growth as our key single target still existing. Now there's a second thing. Right now, the limit and the firing is the same. Now if we are grubbing, do I have one in my stash? If I'm grubbing a multi-shot, there I have a multi-shot. I can support toxic growth with it. So if I do this, it states projectiles fired per use is 12, posture limit is 10. So I assume that we saw 2 instant explode. You see that 2 here instantly disappear. We can likely support toxic growth with multi-shot in the future. And we are grabbing a multi-shot support in Act 1 anyway because of explosive grenade, and we used execute instead before, which was a sub-bar support gem we only used because we didn't have anything else. And now, multi-shot is 20 less skill speed, but we're increasing the skill speed from 80% to 100%, so this doesn't matter for us. And we are firing 2 additional with 25 less. Now, the calculation of this is the following. We have our base damage of 100%, but we deal 300% more damage because we're exploding them early with our poison applying to them. So we assume we have an explosion of 400% damage. Or let's assume 300% more. Now we have 25% less per, and we are firing, assumingly if multi-shot works, either 4 normally or 6 with multi-shot. So we have 4 normal, which is, this is our more damage, or we have 6 with 275% more. So this is 1/8 minus 150, so this is 165 more. So we have a support gem that gives us 450% more damage. Again, depending on the spread of these toxic pustules. So toxic growth had a huge win from these changes, if they are how I am assuming it is. If it isn't, we might need to adjust. We might adjust to acidic concoction on lab 1. But if it works this way, this is a huge buff to us. Toxic growth will deal more damage. We actually have a good support gem we can use. As a T2 and a T1 support gem. So we have multi-shot 1 into multi-shot 2, which is massive for us. Then with concentrated effect, we get long fuse on T3 support gems. Or on T4 later. T3 we only get like 1 dropped anyway. And then when we want to force support, we have it. Exclamation mark guide Hedgehog. I haven't posted this build there yet though. And then we apply deadly poison, heft, whatever later on. And now we get to the late game parts, where I'm really excited about. We have Arcani's Last, which we wanted to use anyway. We want this support gem, and it now has 8% more damage instead of 6%. So this is another 10% more damage, which we can calculate in PoE. So it's another 40% more damage per pustule, again, making it more powerful. We can now use additional arrow as the rune and on the bow as a modifier, which we weren't able to before. We have access to Voltaxic Rift. Instead of 200 to 300, it's 300 to 500 at a max range. So we can utilize Voltaxic Rift as an intermediate step in the build until we have crafted a good rare bow. Again, giving us more options. With Voltaxic Rift, we deal chaos damage, so we have Withering Touch. That means we don't need Withering Presence. And we can use Stormcaller Arrow, applying shock, so we will need Despair, which means we don't need Intelligence. There are so many options for Poison Pathfinder. It got buffed in so many ways. So if we just gather the buffs... where's my... Where's my passive building? There. So if we look at potential buffs, toxic growth, now better supports, toxic growth, now better overlap, question mark, of course on these two, vine arrow, this is of course as well, Vine Arrow now gets a limit at level 12 and 19. I just tested this morning. I've been hard at work since I woke up. Let me show you this. So, the biggest question on Vine Arrow is, how exactly does it work? Vine Arrow says the vines deal 50% of the poison damage per second, additionally to their base damage. Now, this states that those can be poisoned. What happens if we support Poison Burst Arrow by escalating poison? Do we then deal 2 additional poison damage with the Vine Arrow, or will it just be 1? Yeah, I have Hedgehog. I can set this public for now with the added warning. Build got buffed. Build gets buffed in 0.4, but we do not know final gem numbers and passive tree. Everything is still subject. No. Further updates and details will be added in the... Alright, here you go. So, what I was saying, escalating poison. The league didn't start, I'm testing and practicing and prepping for the league. So, escalating poison on Vine Arrow. If it works, we should be dealing 75% more damage, 50% more from the poison, and 25% from this. Or we should generally deal more damage if it works. So we do... Oh, wait. Wrong order. We are firing a Vine Arrow into 2 Poison Burst arrows. And we're looking at the total damage number. And it ended at 202. This, I think, was a crit. Normally, it's not that high. So we do it 1 or 2 more times. Vine Arrow, poison, poison, poison. So we have 2 poison stacks, and we look at the total damage. And our total damage is 153. Let's do it one last time. Vine Arrow, poison, poison. No, it didn't import. 145. Alright. But it's in the PoB. The PoB has equipment. Now we are removing escalating poison. But we're still doing 2 poison bursts. 1, 2. And we are looking. And our damage is still about 150. And it's consistent there. This makes me assume that Vine Arrow has an internal limit of 1 poison at a time. Again, looking at 164 this time. So it's very consistent that a Vine with 1 poison seems to do about the same damage as a Vine with 2 poisons. So this gives us the information, and returning back to the guide, overwhelming toxicity is something we likely do not even need. Now, we can still take it at the later stages when our poison is very powerful, and we can utilize this to do more damage. But with us having +2 vines, we already deal basically 1 whole additional poison from there. Then we can use the poison from Snake Pit Gloves and the poison from the tree. And we already have like 5 poisons, 6 poisons. And we don't really need toxicity. We rather have the longer lasting poisons and utilize crit fishing to have strong poisons. Like have 5 strong poisons that last very long, instead of having 10 poisons that don't last as long, so we are using more often the less powerful poisons. So, Vine Arrow. Limit buffed. At level 19, basically +1 poison. For free. And also, if we don't have the time to pre-place 3 Vine Arrows, we could also just support it by multi-shot and would work. Or have an arrow again, a bow with additional arrows. So a Gemini bow, which we want to use in campaign, is good for, not Gemini, a twin bow, dual string bow, is good for our toxic, for our Vine Arrow as well as our toxic growth. We are just winning. So the strength of build is a very good clear. Yes. Not just that though, Hedgie. We have basically lightning arrow, lightning rod, but as poison. Toxic growth with a gas arrow still aims the explosion. Or toxic growth with a poison burst arrow. It's still causing a huge damage explosion, and if we crit, we nuke any boss in the game. It is still, we have basically unnerfed lightning arrow, lightning rod, but it's poison, so it needs a little bit of setup before it feels amazing. But until then, we just spam toxic growth and we have insane single target damage. As long as we have a decent bow, I had no issues progressing into T15 maps. It was a breeze killing map bosses. I can't stress this enough. This has amazing clear and amazing single target damage. And now comes the next part. We maybe even have absorbed survivability. There are 2 ways for survivability, like just Real Salad said. By utilizing the new node that replaces Traveling Wisdom and Wisdom is pushed in the back, it gives 4 passive point and it allows us to start either on the Warrior node, so we could hybrid into Armor, which is something we didn't had before. Hybriding into Armor is something we weren't even able to consider before. Because it was just too far away. The ES nodes were here on the shadow part, but the armor nodes were all the way over here, so we never could consider, hey, what if we just go armor? Now, that said, alternatively, we can now also go on an early ES start by picking up the travel nodes here, which we then further can enhance to give global defense if we don't need more intelligence. Pick up Pure Energy, pick up Milding and Insightfulness, then we can pick up Easy Crit with Critical Exploit, and we are ready here. So we are ready here on the crit nodes and can go even earlier on crit and Energy Shield. Also, we are close to CI, which is really good for the build as well. Of course, needs further testing, needs further PoBing, which we hopefully will be doing today. But this is what I assumed is making this build more insane as well. So, we have, what is the node called? Here. We have Pathseeker. And, okay, this is now the Giga stretching it very thin part. In absolute theory, we could go Armor Energy Shield Hybrid on a Pathfinder, but then we would be stretching our build so thin that it might not as well be possible. So, Pathseeker, huge buff. And likely, if we pick up, and this is again, of course, an if we pick up the small node before Pathseeker and the small node before Traveling Wisdom, we're still gonna be at our 5 passive points. So we have a slight upfront nerf, but if we end up taking the new Traveler's Wisdom, which gives us global defense and increased damage, which is generic, so it applies to our Heralds, it applies to our Poison, it applies to the Bleed, it's just gonna be really handy to have. It's gonna be quite useful. Of course you can. Lane Cat. I already said earlier, I'm open to take a look at it. Mm. Put in priority. Oh, nice. That's a lot of text. This might actually be a little bit too detailed, but it is pretty good. Yeah. Solid guide. I like guides that are detailed, but most people skip if a text is too long. Is what I noticed. I like to put a lot of detail in the how it works section, because that is the people that really want to know stuff will read that one. And keep the other sections as simplistic as possible by including everything that is important. Alright, so we have Pathseekers. The spare traveling nodes can now be used better. So if we have excess attribute nodes, yeah, that is fair. If we have any spare nodes, we can now use those for, what is it? This one open. Increase damage if we need damage, but more likely increase global defenses, especially if we're going ES Energy Shield Hybrid. Those are going to be worth a lot. Now, they aren't as powerful as specific nodes like here, these Aviation Energy Shield nodes, which are a little bit stronger than 2x, but they're still going to be very useful. So that is also going to be very powerful. So far, we've just had powerful. Running Assault got buffed, so we never can accidentally get heavy stunned while sprinting. Especially good in the pre-roar phase. So we are even better set up for the early game if we end up going for something like this is our pathing. So we have this, we have the Traveler's, the new, what replaces Traveler's Wisdom, and then our last spot can either be the path, can be the overwhelming toxicity, or, and now we get to the final part, because they are removing practical remedies, we can directly get sustainable practice. Now, directly getting sustainable practice means that we can go pure evasion. Weakness is physical damage, though. So this might be really amazing. That is the heavy stun. The getting knocked down to the ground is heavy stunned. Phenom is yes, no. So we need to describe how much value does an Ascendancy node have for us. So if we're comparing running Assault to, let's say, Sustainable Practice. Sustainable Practice gives us 24% effective hit pool and an 800 max elemental hit pool. Is this worth more? And this is just an example POB that isn't hyper targeted on evasion rating and still goes hybrid. Is this worth more than that survivability? Or whatever we get from the new Traveler's Wisdom? Or an acidic concoction? Or overwhelming toxicity? We need to value this Ascendancy node with other Ascendancy nodes, but we need to give it less value because we can theoretically just replace it by using Roar, which in the end game, we don't need to walk ourselves. We can use the Roar without a downside, because we don't need to dodge roll as everything insta-dies that it is going approach us, because we just deal so much poison that we 10x the health of the enemies, and they insta-die to the poison we throw at them. So, we just need to figure out, is it worth? Which variation is worth the most? Which Ascendancy gives us the most value? And how does that affect our build? So far, I always picked up Contagious Contamination, because I could use the 30 Spirit for Wind Dancer instead. 30 Spirit on Wind Dancer meant I survived more, which was better. I put more value on having Wind Dancer than having Herald of the Plague. But now that they take this away, we need to take Herald of the Plague that reserves 30 Spirit, so we need to plan around that, which changes the value the other Ascendancy nodes have. It's always a question of how much quality of life, how much potential does it have, how much convenience does it give, or how much damage or survivability. Take your time. I do appreciate the follow. Sorry for the delayed appreciation. So, almost all Ascendancy are buffs. The exception is slight inconvenience / quality of life nerf with removal of, what was it called? Contagious Contamination. Boratos, I appreciate the follow. Pathfinder looks insane. I am surprised they Deadeye was amazing. Pathfinder is more amazing than Deadeye was last league, in my opinion. It has so much quality of life now. The potential of starting at the different nodes is big, and it's given on top of 4 passive points. We took 5 passive points just because it were 5 passive points. Now we get 4 passive points. Okay, we took 6, I guess. So now we get 5 passive points, plus access to different starting options. So we can do very, very unique stuff on a Pathfinder we can't do anywhere else. We lost Contagious Combination, fair enough, but this makes Overwhelming Toxicity a 1-point node, meaning we can grab this as a 1-pointer whenever we need it, and unspec it as a 1-pointer whenever we don't need it, and we aren't forced to take Contamination if we already have Herald of the Plague. And I guess the only actual nerf to the Pathfinder Ascendancy is that Acidic Concoction's buggy interaction with removing, and though not removing, the poison of Vine Arrow is removed. But this was a bug anyway, and it still does decent damage even on its own, and we might even pick it up on lap 1 now, because it deals high damage. I still need to do a test run with that, actually. So, I haven't lost anything. There is no downside for me to this. Pathfinder got insanely buffed. People complain we don't have the third Ranger Ascendancy yet. And I'm just like, why are we looking at anything else than this dude? Or this lady, I guess. I like Sustainable Practice, I like Traveler's Wisdom, I like the Path Seeker, I like Acidic Concoction, I like Toxicity, Relenting Pursuit, Running Assault. They are all powerful. All powerful Ascendancy nodes. There's so much quality of life in this thing. Alright, so we have the Toxic Growth likely buffed. We have the Vine Arrow definitely buffed. We have the Ascendancy likely heavily buffed. Did I miss anything? We can mention that Roar unchanged. I mean, we lost the movement speed, but they removed the slow potency, so it's whatever. So, what are the biggest questions for our build? What is the biggest unknown variables that we need to figure out ASAP on League Start? Your only concern is ES scaling. Hope it's not too hard hit for hybrid. We can go CI, and the question is, when are we sprinting and when aren't we sprinting? Depending on how these endgame changes apply, running Assault might be viable. Because if we are doing more sprinting than fighting enemies, then yes, we don't even need the roar because we can sprint faster on foot than we have on a roar. If we are constantly fighting something, because they also slightly reduced map changes without mentioning it, map size without changing it, and we are more fighting while moving, then roar would be better again. Also depends on the incursion. How good is the incursion? How much moving are we doing? How much moving while fighting are we doing? These are all small inputs that will decide running Assault versus roar. And again, the other argument is how good is the rest of the Ascendancy? Is it justified spending 2 Ascendancy points on running Assault, or is it better to use them on something else? The issue with Enduring Elixirs, this is basically the PoE 1 node. We have this in PoE 1, and in PoE 1 it's very powerful. But in PoE 2, we either die because we get one shot, or we don't die and we can just use our life flasks then. We don't need this constant life flask usage, with the only exception being the... what is it called? The Blood of the Warrior, which we would only use if we CI anyway and we use it for quality of life, and it already has it on it, that it's not removed. MD, I don't get you at all. I absolutely love this patch. I'm gonna be having so much fun on Pathfinder. The endgame changes got delayed to 0.5. Fair enough, we will live with that. I just want to test out a couple of builds. I'm for sure playing Poison. It got Giga buffed. We just went over this. Toxic Growth likely buffed. Vine Arrow definitely buffed. The Pathfinder changes are more or less just buffs. It is insane. So the biggest questions that we are looking at launch: Energy Shield nerfs. How good is pure CI ES with Sorg start? Und how good is ES EVA hybrid with classic approach? Can I do an Arbiter with full crit nodes and Sliver Tongue? That would be good. If you know the Arbiter fights, you definitely can do it. The issue is that we are damaging the Arbiter. No, actually, we have infinite attempts on Arbiter. So you just keep trying the Arbiter until you get your crit, and when you get the crit, the Arbiter will get one shot. And no, we will not be using Sliver Tongue. Either, in trade, we would be buying a Voltaxic Rift at levels 80, or we would be going with a good rare bow. I think we can just use the yellow tablets directly now. We don't need to do basic Arbiter for that, or I might have missed something. I am considering using the Rift this league. Okay, Boratos. I can show you why this is a buff. We went over that, but I can show you again. Okay, well, killing Quest Arbiter isn't that hard, and we can easily do this. I will push Quest Arbiter on this build then. So, let me show you this. This is the numbers I had. Let me position. Alright. So, here's again why Toxic Growth actually got buffed. Instead of our 8, we are now firing 4. Okay, let me, instead of my 10 now. Let me take out Concentrated Effect and look at this. I'm firing now my Toxic Growth. Oh, dang. Look, everything in the green circle will hit the boss. Everything outside of the green circle will not hit the boss. Oh, so 1 miss... 1. This might hit, so we have 3 hitting. 1 doesn't hit, 2 doesn't hit, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, they all don't hit. Well, might as well not have them. Now we support this with Concentrated Effect to improve this, right? So now we have 1, 2 definitely hits, 3, 4 likely hits. These might hit. So it's better now. Okay, but we still have 2 to 4 that don't hit, depending on how we fight, right? Not always will everything hit. But that's okay. Now they did say, alright, we are only firing 4 now. Depending on the spread of those 4, these 4 will always hit our rare or boss we care about. Meaning we can fire those, do a poison burst. Let me go closer to a wall. Fire that, do the poison burst. There we go. And they insta-explode on the boss. Right? And now we have all our overlap and we kill our bosses. But here's the thing. And here's what we need to consider. Toxic Growth is supportable by multi-shot. Now, right now, if we do that, we see the 12 here, but the limit is 10. So if I fire this, you see that these 2 instantly disappeared. So, next league, what I assume is happening is that if we support our Toxic Growth with multi-shot, we can place more postules because the limit is increased, right? The limit is higher than the count. Right now we are firing 10 arrows and we get 10 postules. Next we are firing 4 arrows, get 4 postules but can have 12. So if we use multi-shot or a dual string bow or plus 2 arrows, which now is a chance, I know, but I hope you get what I mean. All these are additional postules that are gonna be landing again and hopefully, of course, killing the boss very quickly. Now, if we assume that multi-shot works, and we go through the numbers, multi-shot 2 is one of the first tier 2 support gems we can get. So the moment we have it, we're looking at the following numbers. Baseline, our Toxic Growths have a 300% more multiplier. You see it here. 300% more multiplier if we immediately explode it, which we can do by placing a gas cloud or hitting with poison burst arrow. Now that they immediately explode, we have 4 postules next league, which is 1200% more damage. But if we assume 25 less, we have 275 more damage per Toxic Growth. But we fire 6, so 275 times 6 is 1650, which is 450% more damage from 1 support gem. And there we have it, that this is actually gonna be a buff because we assume that the overlap is improved by reducing the amount of postules, we can place additional postules pre-boss being targetable, so we have an additional initial higher burst damage. And in the end, we should be having, if we invest a little bit in additional arrows, have overall more burst. And the final thing that we need to consider is that if we look at the patch notes, Toxic Growth has this quality that fires 2 additional postules. So if we are looking at the patch notes, which if we are looking at, for example, Siege Cascade, here it says that the quality is now changed. But if we look at Toxic Growth, the quality is the same. So we are getting a limit of 14, and we can fire 6 per attack. And at that point, we already do so much damage. And 6 instead of 10 is a lot better than 4 instead of 8. And then we can use a dual string bow or a Gemini bow in the endgame, and we're gonna be fine. I woke up at 6 a.m. this morning, and since then I've been cooking on this build. I went through all the things already before I started the stream. Now I just need to gather them all in one place. That is a good course drive. Let me look if there's a way. We can definitely get better EHP if we get better gear, right? I've just thrown in some endgame example on gears with T2 rolls or non-perfect T1 rolls not corrupted. And this is the EHP that came out. Decent. Okay, I'm not happy with the life pool, but it is what it is. We have some energy shield. We have some evasion rating. I mean, it's not a glass cannon. It is just like Lightning Arrow Deadeye. It is the exact same in terms of survivability. I guess it's slightly less because we don't have Tailwind, but instead we have the quality of life we get from Pathfinder, additional nodes, and we can go to the Witch start if energy shield is viable, or we can go to the Warrior start if armor is viable. We have our options. This is the last 2 stages are really just example gear, not what I expect to have exactly at league start, so I had numbers to test with. I'm gonna finalize more realistic gear. Alright, Vortexic Rift buffed up to 500 flat lightning. Is it 625 or what is it if corrupted? What was the max we can get from corruption? 25% increase? Where do I want 4 sockets? Oh. The sockets is totally fair. But it's... That is a big... I assume 2 socket item or maybe a 3 socket corrupt or an increased corrupt. 4 sockets is gonna be very expensive at the point where I can't plan it in a league starter guide. That is then late league, or not late league, but it's at least a couple days in a proper build at that point. Yeah, that is gonna be... I expect those double corrupt items to be very expensive and valuable. I don't know how much we can get it. Jules, I don't know about the delay. There shouldn't be any delay. At least on my end, I'm not building in a delay. It could be that the YouTube normal delay, but then I don't know why the camera and the voice have a delay between each other. Half a div would be pretty good for a 4 socket. I expect them to be several divines for 4 sockets. But the sockets is the next thing. Because of the limit of wands, I think the best combination we have is extra damage as chaos combined with an additional poison. If we have a third one, then we would like the... If we're using the Plague Finger gloves, where is it? We can use the damage of... damage is extra of all elements. Or we can, because it is a Voltaxic, if we are using Voltaxic, we can grab the Flat Lightning. There. Cookie! I appreciate the follow, thank you, buddy. Yeah, this is what I assume as well. This would be the best case. And if we compare this to... This is not a perfect bow, but a really, really powerful bow. It is still quite a big difference. But it is still a lot stronger than anything we can get for cheap. So this is a really good option for like day 1, day 2, until we have crafted a really good rare ourselves. Like, what is this? This is low upper T3, upper T3, or lower T2, lower T2, lower T2, a crit, and then double suffix. Yeah. I think Voltaxic is a really good intermediate state, also because it allows us to have access to shock, and we can have, we can invest some weapon set 1 points into shock magnitude, if we want to. Or utilize just the support gems, and we have a Stormcaller. This is allows shock and withering touch. Because we are now doing flat chaos damage with that, withering touch might be a viable thing instead of using what I'm using right now, weapon swap withering presence only in weapon set 2. The totem? How am I generating charges for totems? My build got buffed, of course, Shadow. Assuming everything we are talking about is correct, it gets buffed. Wait, actually, do you mean this totem? Undone? Oh, okay. Is this enough damage though? Because I'm not scaling chaos damage, and I'm not scaling spell damage. I mean, we can give it a go. I can use this, so I have this. This is attack. Where is it? There. We can test this out. Limit. What do you mean, stop talking? Oh, untainted. Nice.
These are our supplies. Wise. Go.
Alright, I got maps now. Ah, no gold though. I've been brewing with Poison Pathfinder before patch notes dropped. I am allowed to play the build.
Burst!
Seems to have been 5% wither though, not instantly maxed out.
Stay dead.
Looks like I need to use a different passive point if I want to do that. I will test it on the boss.
Barely broke break a sweat.
Yeah, I will. It's likely, maybe if I... So, maybe if I would have the witch start, and I would be going up here and I would be picking up the chaos damage here and the chaos damage here. If I would be scaling chaos damage, it might be viable. That's why we can do it on ED Contagion, because those are scaling chaos damage. But most my damage is crit and ailment. So I'm using way different vectors. Ow. Yo! I had finally an oversustain. Assuming I can kill the map boss. Dictator Dukla, what's up? I see the Oracle Ascendancy. I have been focusing on the Pathfinder since before launch. And I might visit Druid as my second or third build. But at launch I'm gonna be focusing on Pathfinder. My alternative was Mercenary. Had some plans there. I might visit that as my second build and then keep Druid for my third build. But if Druid looks really amazing, I might go Druid as my second build and go Mercenary as my third build. Really depends on some other things we don't know yet, like new uniques and stuff.
Fight me. Too weak, too slow.
To move Sorkside to scale. Yeah. That's what we're assuming, right? That's why we are testing it now, see how viable it is now, and then make assumption based on other builds that are already on Sorcerer's side, how they are using it, and if we can adapt it to this build. We still need to keep in mind, the biggest issue of going up here is that we need to travel again. Now, we can use the other node behind it to utilize our traveling nodes better, so they're not completely wasted, but I'm already investing a lot of points here. I'm investing points in evasion, I'm investing into crit. Now the companion nodes, I don't need those, I can definitely drop. It's a bit far away though, I can't just easily grab it right now to test it. And I can't anoint it either, because I don't have oils. And we are not using Arrow Nova anymore, because Arrow Nova changes, and we honestly don't need it.
Suffocate.
I need to fire one arrow in a pack. And it dies.
Need to be lighter on my feet.
Thank you. What the heck is going wrong here? Why can I not lock? What am I lacking to lock this? Huh? Why can I not lock weapon set? Because I require dex, yeah, okay, but... Hey! What the heck is going on? Why can I not lock it back up? I'm confused. We might have already reached a point where Sliver Tongue isn't good enough anymore, I noticed. Much as I was happy that I got it, I might have been Already passed it. It's a good early bow. If you can get it at level 39, it's gonna be insane for campaign. Alright, back on track. Sorry for the delay. No, it gives you medium radius to pick small notes. It's insane on Oracle. You can move to a notable to refund all the small notes. Does it work that way? That would be very strong. I assume that at least the path to the notable has to stay. Because the notable needs to allocate it normally. So while the small notes don't have to be, the notable has to be allocated the classic way. So there we go. There exploded one. They're still dying over here. Look at this. So let's start a chain again. And now we see them die again. Ah, I should have made this rare. Still got something good out of it. This is an SSF character I made specifically to test this poison arrow and pushed into high tier map on basically 100% increased with cavalry bow. Okay, it has +3, so it's not bad, but it's not good either. So we can do this on a pretty shitty gear. I fired into this pack once, and everything died except the rare. I do not mind. Crafting will find its way like every league. It makes some stuff more expensive, it makes other stuff cheaper. It's okay. Ow.
An easy trophy. Suffocate.
There, the chain is started. Rare's half dead. I did even attack it directly. Yeah, Rare's died. To be fair, what the heck was... Okay. That's why the speed was so bad. I was using a white bow suddenly. No wonder I wasn't doing damage. We do... I've said this a couple of times today already. We are crit fishing, so we do the most damage when we do an actual crit. Once we have a crit, we do amazing damage. Our damage without a crit is still very slow, because we don't really have access to faster poison. So we need to absolutely overkill an enemy to kill an enemy fast. So most of the time I'm just trying to do one big hit, and then the enemies die basically instantly. It's good visible on a boss. If we have a crit, stuff dies so much quicker.
I shall overcome.
Yeah, for sure. Like, again, look at the weapon I have. There's no base crit. This is 5% base crit. I have close to no flat physical damage on it. Most of it is increased. It is a base I could upgrade like 10 levels ago from. Alright. Let's see if we can make Dark Effigy work. I have 2 revives. This is also a potential we can use next league. I talk about that in a moment. Curse, Effigy 1, Effigy 2.
Throw.
Yeah, no. At least not in the current setup. And there's the crit. Look at this. Suddenly the boss just dies. Until, of course, the poison falls off. If we don't do a crit and if we do a crit, there's a huge difference. I also don't have access to lineage supports. Right? If I had Kali's Lust, that is 40% more damage next league. If I have Rigwald's Ferocity, that's 30% more damage I can get. Instead of improving the max damage that is non-existent or improving the crit multi, which I don't really care about right now. And it's a fair assumption. We could, or this is a fair argument, given especially the early power nerf on a Pathfinder. Now, so what does Pathfinder gives us now? Pathfinder still gives us toxicity, which is very powerful once we have a strong poison. It gives high quality of life with Landing Pursuit and Running Assault, and it gives Traveler's Wisdom or the node that replaces it, and then a new Traveler's Wisdom, so might be very good. But there is a fair argument that you go Amazon and you grab an accuracy weapon and you have high crit and high accuracy and utilize this to have a very strong early game. But then the question is, what do you do after? The Predatory Instinct, the In for the Kill, sure, could be additional damage. The Brew, the Mystical Harvest, Stalking Panther is neat but not really good, and we're not using Surges. So while you have a better early with these 2 nodes, while you have a better early pathing, lab 1 and 2, and it's gonna be very powerful, what do we do after? Sure, that is... yeah. Okay, then we have Panther. What is our 4th one? More damage with Predatory? Then you have it. Alright, in that case, go for it. Can work. I didn't know that. I have barely played on most stuff this league. So then you have your 4 Ascendancies, and you can definitely do it on Amazon. You don't... so you have the more damage here, which means you don't need toxicity. You have the survivability here. Definitely works. Definitely viable this way then. It is a good argument. ES chest and pure evasion. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Evasion rating, skill speed, accuracy. Yeah, so let me try to explain that. Keep this just in case somebody asks about the toxic growth. So if we are looking at poison, in PoE 2, poison acts different than in PoE 1. So poison in PoE 2 is based on the entire hit. In PoE 1, the hit part of your damage is way less relevant. So, in PoE 1, you just care about the dot, and then you have Perfect Agony to convert crit multi into dot multi on crits, which makes it work. But in PoE 2, we fully determine this of 20% of the pre-mitigated physical and chaos damage. Now, all damage if you have Plague Finger Gloves, but that's beside this point at least. So, all we care about is making the hit as high as possible. And crit multi, in my case for example, I'm looking at a crit damage bonus of 400%. Now, this is a bonus, so we add another. This is 500 crit multi. Meaning that the crit hit, compared to the normal hit, is 5 times the amount, which means the poison is 5 times the amount. That's how we can see crits. And the thing is, we only have that many poison nodes. So after we grab these poison nodes, we need to make a choice. Are we scaling generic increased damage with things like prolonged assault, careful aim, heavy ammunition, or are we going into crit? And because we have this node called escalating toxins, which gives us more poison duration, and we just keep inflicting poisons with toxic growth, right? We just fire gas arrow and we just keep shooting, and each explosion is 4 to 5 poisons. We have basically 100% increased poison duration from that node all the time. So all poisons last like 3 seconds, 4 seconds. And all we have to do is find one good crit, like one volley that crit, and then we have 4 powerful poisons, 5 powerful poisons that last for 3 seconds, and that is just, that has to be enough to kill the boss. Then once we see the big chunk of damage followed up by the big loss in damage, we know we crit and we can just run out with the crit damage. Alright. So this is as much as I've seen there. I looked at it long, I tested crit versus non-crit. The moment I start grabbing crit nodes and like you grab this and you grab this plus dizzying hit. Actually, I forgot to take Stupefy. That's on me, I should take that. That's a really good damage bonus. It's giving you so much additional damage, it's insane. It's already enough to do crits even on a low crit weapon. And the more crit chance I have, the more consistent I'm gonna be. Oh, are we getting an upgrade? That is T1 physical. Now I can't force percentage first, so I am forcing on the Exalt Lightning because we still have an on-hit part on our Toxic Growth. Oh, that's T4, I didn't realize it's that low. Now we're going to try and hit not full our prefixes. And now we are hoping that we do hit a prefix. We got a prefix. Then we slam the last suffix, because we can't manipulate that. Yep, exactly. You can use Voltaxic instead of Poison Burst when you have Lightning Arrow. Just keep in mind that you need to reach 100% chance to poison on Lightning Arrow. Poison Burst, secondary hit, is a guaranteed poison. On Lightning Arrow, you will need to either support it by Poison 3 instead of Projector Acceleration, or you need to collect these small chance to poison nodes here, here, and here. High Fizz? Oh, we rolled low Fizz. It's still 294, 319. So the moment I have runes on this, it's still better. Ah, but we don't have +3. Where is it? Poison 2391. Yeah. It's less, dang. Almost. Crafting is almost the same. There are some smaller changes. Alright, one last thing I want to mention. Kogel's leash is getting buffed from 5 seconds to 15 seconds. Now, all we need to do to utilize this is, instead of having Withering Presence, we use... Wait, where is it? Gem tab? Occult. Skeletal Sniper. We have Skeletal Sniper, which this skill has a 6-second cooldown. And if we support this by Kogel's Leash, we get Unholy Might, which is 30% extra chaos damage. That is just with essence crafting. Andon, I appreciate the follow. This is another neat thing that gets a convenience buff next league. And it's a gas arrow, which is neat to have. If I put in another map, oh, this is a 6 mod. Do I have something that I want to run as a 6 mod? No. Okay. Here we go, tower time. Not this league. This league, it's a 6-second cooldown. Wait, what? Oh no, everything fine. This league, it's a 6-second cooldown, so it would be to be more spammable. Next league, it's a 15-second cooldown, so we can, before a big boss, we weapon swap to 2 already. And we have it here on cooldown, because there's a cooldown when you swap in. But it's a neat thing we can do. I just wanted to show it because I just got a drop, which is just a neat coincidence. So if I now do this, I have Unholy Might.
No matter how high you build, nature always wins.
Which, if we can solve Withering Presence in a different way, that is actually good, because that is just another bonus. If we can fix Wither Apply.
Quick and lethal.
Yeah, if I could get a weapon upgrade before I'm... Oh, I'm in a bad position here. If I can get a weapon upgrade before I showcase the big bosses, this build will look so much better. But given that I still am running a very weak, not even 300 physical DPS bow, the bosses just take a bit longer. Unless your base hit damage is chaos scaling, percentage chaos is nothing for poison PoE2. If you're applying poison with fist, you need to scale. Yeah. Hey, Prickliest. How you doing, buddy?
Stay dead.
Oh. On weapons? Oh, because the minion died. Okay. I think, to be fair, I don't think Poison Bow is a good SSF build. That said, I'm forcing it in SSF and it works. I've been doing okay in SSF. So when we get to trade, it's gonna be that much more amazing. This is a 6-mod map, I don't want to risk it. That I got hit, yes. They did some quality of life nerf and they nerfed Tailwind. Tailwind now provides still the same amount of movement speed, but less evasion rating and less, I think it was, damage. And you now only prevent like 10% instead of 30% of damage. But, and here's the thing, Tailwind from the helmet got slightly buffed because you get the less damage taken on the helmet now. Because it's now part of Tailwind instead of part of a separate node.
No complaints.
Cool, I invested 3 Exalted Orbs. I got the exact same out that I invested. Sliver Tongue can clear Arbiter? I didn't know that that is actually enough to clear Arbiter. I actually have it with a chat. I just chance dropped it earlier, and I dropped it because I felt like I didn't do enough compared to this bow. Need to play a bit more careful than I would do on other maps because I am on a 6-mod map. And I don't want to lose it. Still on a point where oh, I died. Never mind. I talked too much. I got punished. So, I've been gathering things. These are the potential buffs. Or, arguably, the buffs. And here we are working on the big questions. There are so many different ways that it got buffed, it's insane.
Yes.
So,
Goodbye.
to reiterate the list of buffs Toxic Growth and the Poison Pathfinder got. We have Toxic Growth, now likely has a better overlap. And it has a higher limit than the postules we fire, so it is supportable by +1 arrow and multi-shot to counteract the nerf. Assuming it has a better overlap, it's an overall buff. Vine Arrow now has a limit of 3 by a level 19 gem, which gives us basically +1 poison for free. Without a downside. I guess the downside is we need to fire 3 Vine Arrows, but again, we can utilize +1 arrow or +2 arrows, and we have our Vine Arrows easier. Voltaxic Rift got buffed to up to 500 flat damage, which allows us to utilize Shock and Withering Touch with ease, so it is a good potential weapon we can use before we craft a good rare. Kurgul's command increased to 15 seconds. 1 Skeleton Archer, enough for perm uptime, assuming minion is alive, which we can do with Brutus Brain, which still exists, and if we don't use Roar, we can use it on our 1 Skeleton Archer. Then almost all the changes on the Pathfinder Ascendancy are buffs. The only slight nerf we have is that we are now having Contagious Contamination no more, so we will be needing a level 8 Spirit Gem, which we get in Act 3, which means that we only able to drop Contagion in Act 3, or we need to go with less chaining, less coverage, less quality of life till Act 3. For the proliferation, yes. Unless they reduce it to a T4. Well, we had the Ascendancy node before, right? We had this one before, and that one felt better. Now that we don't have it, we just have more inconvenience. I will be testing it on my next practice one. We might just be grabbing Acidic Concoction and be using that for campaign and respec out of it after campaign, when we can fully rely on Toxic Growth and Poison Burst Arrow. Before that, we might do Poison Burst, Acidic Concoction, and because Acidic Concoction can't remove the poison from the Vine Arrows anymore, which those got buffed, we can now keep those up on the boss to have a continuous poison, despite us removing the poison on the boss, so we still have a dot applied to the boss on top of our damage. I get both sides though on this. I like to use this because I wanted to use the Spirit Gem for something else. It allowed me to use Wind Dance, it allowed me to use Roar. Now that in a scenario where I have additional Spirit, where my limit isn't 100 but 150, I would have likely also not liked this and could have just directly taken overwhelming toxicity or not take the path at all if I don't need the damage from this. Which right now, actually, in-game, I am clearing T15 maps, and I am not using these two. So, definitely viable even without them. Is it worth Pathfinder Day 1 LA Day 2 forward or not worth it? I would say that because of the nerf to Lightning Arrow and Deadeye, I would just stick on Pathfinder. It's so much more satisfying. Alright. That's what we are doing today. We're gathering all the changes that affect our build in good and bad ways. Alright, so Energy Shield nerfs. Ghost Dancer, late game nerf. Still good. How good is pure evasion? Survivability in 0.4. And how good is new toxic growth overlap with and without concentrated effect? Those are the biggest questions we have. So here's, even without the MS buff, here's the reason for and against Roar. If the maps are more walking than killing, we do not need Roar, because we can just sprint. Especially with the improved running assault node, so we don't get accidentally knocked down when we are walking into a rubble, when we get hit by an off-screen arrow or whatnot. If we are doing more killing while moving, such as we did in Abyss Overrun maps this league, and we had constantly to be moving while attacking, Roar is better. It really comes down to the gameplay loop we are expecting next league. Are we more moving or are we more killing? If we are more moving, we don't need Roar. If we are more killing than moving, but we do need to move somewhat, then Roar is better. And this is all that I will be basing my decision on that on. The secondary factor is, do we want running Assault or do we want another Ascendancy node? And that would be the second factor I'm basing my decision on. Well, I disagree, Primus. For Breach, I would agree, but Abyss? We only need to shoot one arrow in the Abyss and the entire Abyss dies in the late game. So, if we need to sprint through half the map, we barely see anything, then the Abyss appears, we shoot our 1-2 arrows, Abyss dies, we sprint to the boss, we kill the boss, we leave the map, then no, we don't need Roar. If we still have these massive Abyss Overrun maps, where there's Abyss all over the map and we constantly are fighting from one Abyss to the other, we constantly have enemies to kill, then yes, Roar is definitely the go-to. Also, Seed Up, sorry, I went from one explanation to the next one. How are you doing, buddy? Alright. What else is there as big questions? Necrom, how are you doing? Look at this. SSF, Rise of the Abyssal League. Herald of Blood, Herald of the Plague. I've been doing it all day. I don't have the guide out yet. We are making the guide right now. The biggest... So, Poison has one big flaw in PoE 2 compared to PoE 1. Poison in PoE 2 takes 9 to 15 business days to arrive. This means that if we want to properly kill enemies in a quick manner, we need to overkill them. Which is very easy in the endgame, because actually in the endgame we have so much overkill damage it's absorbed, especially if we have consistent crits. But it is a little bit more annoying in the campaign. In the campaign, because of that, we are just going hit-based. Toxic growth has
don't like it.
these toxic growth explosions, 300% more damage, is a hit damage. It isn't like the poison burst damage, which inflicts by skill here. Does not hit, but poison enemies assault hitting them. So this means that the toxic growth damage is an on-hit damage, while the poison burst arrow is just a dot damage. So what we are doing here is we can just fire toxic growth, explode toxic growth with gas or poison burst, and it will do a massive amount of on-hit damage, which is enough to clear any pack in the campaign. And that is the reason why we have a super strong campaign. It's not as absurd as grenades by any means, but it's still a very strong campaign and a very strong late game once poison picks over. There we have our poison chains. Oh, don't kill me, I wanted level up. Where's the rare? They're saying minion. Where's the rare? I'm not using Spiral Volley because, I mean, last league we had Arrow Nova. I thought we might have Arrow Nova. We don't have Arrow Nova, but I want the Pathfinder instead of the... We could see... Okay, wording. I apologize. We could theoretically use Spiral Volley again. But we don't have to. Because as it turns out, one poison burst arrow is enough to clear an entire pack. I will show it again in a moment. Let me clear the rare here. Ow. There we go. Alright. Let me find a pack here. This one dies. This one dies. And now the rest dies. One poison burst arrow is enough to clear an entire pack. So why do we need to overkill and kill the entire screen with the Fire Volley if we can just do one poison burst arrow? And again, keep in mind, this is SSF footage on very scuffed gear. I've just reached T15 maps on this character. I'm using a very weak bow, and I still have no issues killing rares, killing bosses, killing packs. The only weakness I have right now is that I still don't have over 2k life, which is sadly a PoE 2 thing I'm not happy about. But here we go, again. Poison just proliferates through the entire pack and it dies. It just feels so satisfying. This is the reason why I really wanted to start this as a league starter. I absolutely love the satisfying feel we have from poison. There, and there, and there. And now there one dies. No. No. Duck, duck, duck. Again, it takes sadly some time, because I still don't have as much overkill as I can have, but this only improves with investment, and I'm not planning to go SSF, I'm planning to go trade, and as a trade starter I expect this to be incredibly powerful, because we aren't reliant on base weapon, so we can use any good physical bow. If we use Plague Burst gloves or Voltaxic Rift, we can also use those. Those are gonna be available. We can easily get a good weapon, and from there we can easily deal with anything the game throws at us. Ow. I'm intentionally taking slow right now to showcase the poison. So right now we are using Cavalry Bow, which is an item level 76 base that had T5 percentage fizz and +3 to all gem levels. That is all we are getting from this weapon. We have a decent quiver, which T2 percentage damage, T2 attack speed, which only affects the damage of Poison Burst, and then we have T2 flat physical, as well as a T4 unveiled attack speed on an attack speed base. So the quiver is slightly stronger, but it's, again, it's... And as far as the damage considered, we have damage with bows and T2 physical. There you can see he's dying again, the chain starting, the entire pack is dead. Alright, I fired one attack into the pack and the rare's half dead. Oh, sorry, that was a normal enemy. Now the rare's about to die. And this wasn't a crit, this was a normal attack. Constricted command got nerfed, yes.
Barely broke a sweat.
I think it's gonna be an incredibly powerful bossing item, but it's not gonna be a good mapping item. Because we need at least one enemy near us, and during mappings, as a squishy bobolt, we really don't want it to happen to us. By the way, I just credited Red, and Red insta died. I don't know. For me, it feels incredibly satisfying to play this. And it only improves with investment, which right now you can argue I have like maybe... Okay, fair enough, you can argue I have 2 divines invested into the build. 1 divine plus a bit of gear in this 6-link. Sorry, 3 divines I guess. 1 in this 6-link, 1 in this 6-link. Which I got incredibly lucky and I got 5 6-links dropped in 1 day. Fair enough, I have some investment into the build. But other than that, I am running random gear off the ground. No proper crafts, no proper uniques. Just random stuff I found. For melee, it's okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, whenever you see the rare suddenly quickly dying, this is whenever the crit hit. Whenever I crit, everything basically right now insta dies. A boss, you can literally see the health bar moving in real time. And rares also die very quickly whenever I crit.
An easy trophy.
Bahu, bleed on top of poison is because of Herald of Blood. And it's in my written guide, which I have set public, but it's not done. We can reach like 30 to 40% crit chance on PoB calculations. God, today my wording is bad. This is slow because I'm moving slow. If I start going a bit more greedy, sprinting in between packs, which we can do next league without risk of getting heavy stunned, this becomes a lot faster.
This one, pick it up.
I'm moving slow to showcase the bleed chainings. If I go a bit more greedy in my playstyle, which I would be doing if I had more maps and more trade, I can run very fast through these maps. Because we can just... We shoot a pack, we dodge roll past the pack, we dash to the next pack. We shoot a pack, kill it, and roll to the next pack. Shoot... and roll to the next map. The build isn't necessarily slow. But it's slow if you play carefully. Crit is about 40%. Alright, the poison bleed interaction. I have it in detail here in my written guide. This one. This is not done. Please be aware that this is not a done guide yet. And I'm working on this further. You're getting an early access to this. In how it works, I explain Herald of Blood chaining. And this is how it works. We apply our main skill, which is supported by Bleed 3, which means because our Poison Burst arrow does bleed damage, because it does physical damage, we apply Bleed, and we apply Bursting Plague. When that enemy dies... So we have our enemy here. This enemy dies now. And because he bled, Herald of Blood procs. Because he was poisoned, Herald of Plague procs. And because I had Bursting Plague procs. Now, because these three, Herald of Blood causes an explosion, flat physical damage, which is supported by Bursting Plague and Poison 3. So this explosion will cause poison. And it will cause Bursting Plague. That's too far off. That's enough. And then the Herald of Plague and the Herald of Plague will spread poison, and the Bursting Plague will cause an physical explosion that can bleed and poison, and in return apply Bursting Plague. So what happens? Herald of Blood causes a flat physical explosion that poisons and Bursting Plague. Herald of Plague causes poison, and Bursting Plague causes an explosion that applies bleed and Bursting Plague. And once they are poisoned, they will cause Herald of Plague again and Bursting Plague again. Once they are bleed, they will cause Herald of Blood again. And as you can see here, this is an endless loop. So as long as one of these conditions apply when an enemy dies, the other thing will proc, which will then cause the next thing to happen again. And this is the wonderfulness of this build. We have, okay, now because we have lost Ascendancy, we have a 2 Herald node, infinite self-chaining loop between 2 Heralds, which Elemental wasn't allowed to have. Herald of Ice, Herald of Thunder, gone. But Herald of Plague, Herald of Blood, this interaction stays, and we don't even need Herald of Plague theoretically. We just use this to spread the poison to make this loop more consistent. And Herald of Plague, to answer the other question that was asked earlier, replaces Contagious Contamination. We had it before, we used the Ascendancy node because it was slightly more convenient, and I was able to use the Spirit to use a Roar, but we can just use Herald of Plague instead. So we have Herald of Plague, Herald of Blood, for amazing coverage. And then single target we do with Toxic Growth, which has this amazing 300% more explosion damage multiplier, which is on hit. So until we do a massive amount of poison damage, we can just use a massive amount of on-hit damage, which will get us through campaign. This character got through campaign in 7 hours. And that was before I started more practicing campaign. So likely I could do it between 6 and 7 hours if I really push it. I'm admittedly, poison in campaign is not an S tier campaign runner. Even with the changes, campaign isn't the strongest point where we start. We had the alternative of just leveling as lightning before, but that also got nerfed. So now we just force poison leveling, which isn't bad, but it isn't god tier like grenades or ED contagion. But once we get through campaign, we start accelerating and investment in gear. Bungle Barrel, I appreciate the follow. Do I know the answer to your question? Did I not answer it earlier? Oh no, I missed it, sorry. When I testing days last week, it was only getting damage bonus when there were hard days. Am I wrong about this? No, it should not need to be stunned. They should already have this applied.
What is it?
The winds change direction.
Alright, that's fixed. And the main damage is, for our primary clear skill is Poison Burst Arrow. If we have the Plague Finger Gloves, which apply all damage to poison magnitude, we could also use Lightning Arrow or Ice Shot, depending on how they feel for clear. And then we're using Gas Arrow to instantly proc Toxic Growths inside of it, which are our main single target damage. And the gear you see me run here, the gear I've been testing with is, again, most of the good gear I only got like at T8, T9 maps. This was one of the last crafts I did. Random helmet, doesn't even have life. Random body armor, which is pretty good, but I only got it a couple levels ago, as you can see, 79 drop. Belt with life double res. Boots don't even have proper life roll in the single res. Gloves have life double res. This ring doesn't even have life or proper resistances. This ring has int resistance and some lightning damage, which only applies to the hit part of my toxic growth, not to the dot part.
Choose.
So we have so much improvement to do on this build. With the gloves, the highest damage we can do is a fist lightning bow. Right, so we have a citadel there in the future, but right now I need to get 2 more unique maps, I think. Yes. We had a causeway here. Castaway. And right now I'm level 85. I'm pushing. I have 3 laps done. My argument is, you see here this build in its weakest state it can be at that point of the game. Now, it can always be weak. I could always run a white bow, but I think you get the point. This build only has potential upwards. Alright, let's play a bit greedier to show that it also can move fast.
Flourish. An easy trophy. Face me.
Oh no, you're not starting your laser. Keep in mind, it's still a dot build. A dot build will always have the limitation of being a dot build, unless we scale the hit part of the build so high that, but then we are a hit build, right? The more we invest into dot, the more we need to overkill an enemy to kill them fast.
My time has come. Now you die!
And now we are crit fishing.
Down! Die, die, die!
There was the crit, and we just see how the boss gets nuked. We don't even need to attack at that point. It's insane once we crit. And all I do is attack till I hit a big crit hits and the boss dies. Pathfinder ate so well. It's insane how powerful this build already was, and that it got buffed instead of nerfed is even more insane. And right now we are looking at... Oh, I need to not do that while I'm hunted by a rare.
Too weak, too slow.
Our toxic growth crit damage, crit chance is 13%. This means that I need to attack like 10 times to get one of the big hits. If you have like 20 to 30, it's so much better. And the good part is, because we are poison, we only need like 30-40% tops. We don't need to get over 50% crit. Which also means that we can use the new Garukan something support. Right, that's another thing. So, Garukan's Resolve is actually really powerful for us now. If it's cheap, we're definitely gonna be using that. maximum critical hit chance with supported skill is 50%. We don't need more. We don't want to overinvest into crit. And it has no longer the downside. And if we do get the double crit, because this is what it does, right? The bifurcating is we get double the crit multi, so it's even more insane. It might be one of the best supports for Toxic Growth next league. It still has the bifurcating, but the downside of its crit chance of 50%, which, again, we aren't pushing further. A single crit is already enough for the build. Imagine we get a double crit. The amount of high roll damage we can have is insane.
Suffer.
I shall overcome.
Can you stop annoying me? You see this build in a capable form, but very weak form. If I have like 5 Divines to invest in this build, I would be nuking T15s. I could be easily starting using some Ephesus on the build. Oh, I didn't mean to use the Alg actually there. We can use the Headhunter, or we can use the... Actually, no, we can't, because the best thing, the Gloves mod, is the Glove Rune with Magnitude of Poison is also limited now. There is no point in using that anymore. So, yeah, the best belt right now would be either the Headhunter, or we go CI and we use the belt that our Life Flask applies to Energy Shield. And by the way, this is, because I'm still in the weak state, right? This is a gameplay I could not do with a Roar, which is another reason why we don't need a Roar early on. And can rather use the sprinting node and the attack speed. Ooh, out of position. And one more insane bonus on this build. We have a built-in life recovery on kill. Not a lot of other builds can get access to this. And next league, if we have this traveling node that we can start on the sorcerer start, we can theoretically get very easy mana on kill as well, and then we don't need it on a jewel. I don't know if it's worth it yet. I need to POV that out, but it is another option we have on the build.
Too weak, too slow.
The build just is very versatile on basically nothing, so we can focus all our early investments on a good bow, and then upgrade the gears step by step, and then remove pressure from our passive tree and get more stuff. Nope. Get poisoned. There we go. I don't know how good totems are in PoE2 unless we get a unique that lets us bypass the condition of power charges, or have a very easy way to generate power charges passively. Maybe we need the body armor, but then we can't use the spell totem body armor. So I don't know about that part.
nowhere to run.
Look at this. The pack just insta-died. I didn't even have to additional attack it. They all died from one singular toxic growth poison burst. And then the poison proliferation. Alright, Christopher, I apologize for the delayed response. I have planned a whole campaign progression that is not relying on the Plaguefinger gloves. I've played through campaign a couple of times now on the build. Sometimes only to Act 4, sometimes all the way through. The campaign isn't the issue. We get through it. It's not the smoothest campaign, but it's not hard.
Go then.
Alright. What other insane buffs we have? We have the potential of Gorgul's Command. Brewers are still viable. Garakan's Resolve is there. Arakali's Lust buffed from 30 to 40% more at 5 poisons. There's also Takati's Ire. If I can find a way to have consistent max rage, Ire is very powerful on Poison Burst Arrow, and we have a flex spot there anyway. The faster poison is something that we have the biggest struggle getting access to. And getting 60% faster poison at max rage is actually insane. And if I can make this work, I will make it work because of how powerful it is. Oh right, there's another huge buff for us. Where are they? Here. These things are extremely powerful because they got buffed to 40%. Now, if we are sticking with Voltaxic Rift, we can easily use Ash's Radiance to get 40% of our damage as extra chaos damage because almost all our damage is lightning. And if we stick with the Fistbow with a rare craft, we can use Ulnetul's Embrace for 40% of physical as extra chaos. And chaos damage is put in the same pot as our physical damage, or as all our damage if we use Plaguefinger gloves, for determining the max poison amount. So this is also a very big benefit for us. Like, if we use the Ulne tools that had armor break built in, which is a neat thing to have. We already used armor break, so this is something that I have not seen a lot of people use, but I really like this thing. I'm using escalating poison, not on my toxic growth, but on my gas arrow. So the gas arrow that is always beneath the boss, I have an escalating poison in there and a corrosion. This poison never gets overwritten by my toxic growth. Meaning this is an additional poison I have. I can use to just apply corrosion, armor break, and if all my damage is physical damage, once the enemy's armor broken, I just have it. I don't need to do anything else with it anymore. It has the armor break debuff, takes 20% increased physical damage, and has no armor. It's a really great thing to get additional damage out of the build, which I don't think is calculatable in PoEDB. I have corrosion here and escalating poison here. So the enemy base armor will just be 0. I'm surprised it does that little, unless it already calculates it. Unnerved, covered, shocked. Alright, I need to adjust this, to be fair. I have a secret for fast campaign. Public parties in campaign I only do solo for because of meteor scales with number of players in the arena. I almost always do below 6-hour campaign. How do public parties benefit you? Also, better that I appreciate the follow. How do they make you faster? Are you able to skip stuff like that, or how do you save time that way? Necrom, another follow. Thank you, buddy. How do I say that the enemy's armor broken? Interesting. So you just look, okay, where is this person? Oh, they are there where I need to go. You join them, you grab their progression, and then you leave again. Oh, Sylar, there are so many buffs. We are gathering them all in one place right now. It's insane how many buffs we have for the build. It is actually insane. I showed them you in a moment. Just looking where I can find armor break. No. Alright, what we assumed is our new... Okay, we assume roughly, let's say 2000 is more accurate right now. Easier to find stuff in the large campaign maps in a group. That is also fair. Maybe I should look into duo or trio campaigns. Maybe that actually is faster. So there's no way I can play armor break. But we basically all the time have armor break via corrosion, which is another 20% increased damage taken. That is not calculated in PoE. Alright. How is the build getting buffed? This is the list of buffs to the build. Toxic Growth might have a better overlap and is now utilizable with additional arrows, which it wasn't before. So if we're using like a dual string bow, it is good. Vine Arrow, we get up to 2 additional limits on it, meaning this is more or less 1 additional poison we get for free without any downsides except that we need to place them, which again is easier with additional arrows. Voltaxic Rift gets buffed to 500 flat damage, even more if corrupted. We can also work with sockets. And it allows to add shock and wizard touch into the build because most of our damage will be chaos damage then. It's a very great intermediate step before we craft a really good physical bow, and is very powerful for the build. Kali's Lust is buffed from 30 to 40 more poison at 5 poisons. Ash Radiance or Ulnitud's Embrace are 40% of either lightning or physical damage, extra chaos, plus an additional benefit. That is also a big buff. Kurgel's command is increased to 15 seconds. We can now have permanent uptime on this with just 1 skeletal archer, which we can support by Brutus Brain so it wouldn't die. Then Roars are more or less unchanged, so in late game we can use Roars. Garukan's Resolve is the downside changed to have a maximum crit chance of 50%. As you can see here, if I swap into my assumed late stages of the game, I only have 40%, so this is not a downside that is for negative for us, but we get the double crit chance. So we have roll 2 crits, we are more likely to roll a crit, which allows us crit fishing to be better, and we can roll for a double crit, which is meaning we get even more crit multi, which means we get even more damage, which makes even more bursting if we are rolling really high. So it's another really powerful bloodline gem, or how it was called for the build. Then almost all Pathfinder Ascendancy changes are positive for us. The only downside on the Pathfinder Ascendancy, it is actually not that much of a downside, because there was always the Spirit Gem of Herald of Plague, which we only get around Act 3, so we don't have a nerf to early poison campaign, but we can use Bursting Plague in early campaign, and we use Contamination, which is a bit inconvenient, but doable. So this is the slightly nerf to it. And then we get all these additional Pathfinder nodes that have very high potential, and we can figure out, once the league drops, what the best possible combination of these nodes to make the most powerful Pathfinder variant we can make. Yes, I've always been using Poison Burst Arrow and Contamination for clear, and I am gonna be testing how good Acidic Concoction is gonna be during the campaign as an alternative on our first lap to getting +4 points. Because I grabbed it +4 points at the second lap, and I always grabbed Contagion on the first one. Now that we don't have it anymore, I'm gonna figure this out. Another thing that we might be able to do is automate Contagion. If we could automate Contagion with something like Cast on Crit or some stuff, that would also be really cool, because then we don't need the Plague. We could use that on the automated Contagion instead, and then we might be able to add Despair or something on top of that, which will just be really convenient. But it's another half-ended sword that I haven't pushed further. Ditian, I think you might be onto something. That is a good idea. But this assumes that there is a party at that. What do you do if you're faster than others? But there isn't a party for what you do right now. Because you've been skipping. Right, this assumes that there's somebody ahead of you that you can jump to, yoink, and jump ahead again. Fair enough. Alright. I'm pretty sure we got everything now. Let me do one final check of the patch notes, but I'm pretty sure we have all the buffs gathered now, finally. We can argue, put that below. Another big question is, any new good support gems planned? AoE, poison, utility. Alright, so let's go. Just wanted to write something here. Anyway, right. The nerf to amount of enemies in maps makes sprinting potentially a better option than roar. That's more a question though. Okay, so the War League mechanic, I think our poison build is going to be good in that. Or, generally speaking. We have good clear, we have good single target, we have scaling single target, we can invest with investment, we can utilize corruptions well. There are a lot of different soul cores we can use on different items, so I think that is fine. Maybe there says over 20 new skills, primarily primary skills. There might be some other skills, there might be some new choice words that they're gonna reveal in the new levels. Maybe there's something that fits in the gap around Act 2 that gives us another poison power level. New supports, there might be something new. Lineage supports, there might be something good. The passive skills, I actually looked at that. Let me see if I can find it again. You read it. Passive tree. I know that I saw a post that shared the comparison on the tree. Where is it? There. So, if we look here at this, and we go to this one, we have a new node here. This is the projectile utility node. So this might be another way for Pierce, Fork, Chain, or whatnot. We have a new hidden node here next to the Frenzy Charge and the Crit nodes. So we're traveling here anyway. This might be good. But most importantly, let me see if I can find it. We have here a green-red split node. This might be something strong for a poison bleed hybrid build, and this might be a good node for us to grab. I don't know, we have to see, but this is one of the things I'm immediately gonna be checking at league start. We also have another node here, which if we grab Oasis, this might be a good node to use. We have to see what this does. And we have... where was it? We have a new node here. We are traveling here anyway. We can check this node as well. Yeah, those are the things. See you, Ditian. Thanks for dropping in. Have a wonderful day. Hopefully nothing too stressful. So this is 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, 5 new nodes. 5 new notable / clusters in the Ranger area to check. So one, we can make an assumption. This one is an extension to an existing one. So we have Chain, chance to change from terrain, pierce enemies, and additional Fork. And there's something here that is added. So this could also be just some projector utility node, which we might be able to use. It's a bit further off our tree, but if we travel here, we can also pick up the quiver effect. I am indeed German. Then we have one node here we need to check. We have this here, which is on the splits close to the section to the bleed. We already have bleed here. And we have poison here, so this could end up being a poison bleed node. We get a new node here above Oasis, and if we pick up an Oasis from nothing, this might be a viable node. And then we have a new node here, which we need to check. As well as, this was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, those are the 5 new nodes that we need to check. Alright, back to checking patch notes if I missed anything. We need to check the new uniques. I don't think the talismans are anything. The augment items might be good. There are new soul cores we need to check. I think we're gonna be very strong as Abyss, especially with the 3s. And Abyss, the Abyssal Depths being affected by the maps might actually be the strongest node, because it gives us a map for free. If it's affected by our map modifiers, this means it's also affected by our tablets likely, which means we could get an Abyss in an Abyss. If that is possible, it would be absolutely hilarious. Because then we need to go deeper. Don't know where it comes from, but I always my head. So here's the Tailwind nerfs. Now, this means Tailwind now is a nerf in the skill speed and a nerf in the evasion rating. This means, for us, as a Deadeye, this is a nerf to Tailwind, but it has this damage from deflected hits per stack built in. So instead of having the 30% damage reduction if you have the Windwalker, or what it was called on the Deadeye Ascendancy, we now have this added to Tailwind. So if we are using, what was it called? The Black something? No. Gain tailwind on crits. The black insignia. We can theoretically gain tailwind on a Pathfinder in its weakened state without needing to spend an Ascendancy node on it. We are critting anyway. We are running through the map. We are hitting often with poison, which we have ambush on, and we're using preemptive strikes and first approach. Oh, I never went to the small nodes. So we have a lot of chance to crit on enemies on full life, meaning we can definitely make this work on maps as another early option on the helmet spot, if we don't need that for life and things. Black insignia. Potential good early helmet. Alright. So this is another thing that is beneficial to us while it's a nerf to the Deadeyes. The surrounded thing I think is fine for melee and fine for bossing. Like if we are farming King in the Mist or Arbiter or any big boss, then we can still use the surrounded setup with ease on pretty much any build that is attack based. Then Rage, if we can work in Rage on the build, would be neat. This is irrelevant, this is irrelevant. Deadeye changes, irrelevant. So here we went over the Pathfinder changes. Amazon might be interesting enough. But we need to see... I think, having looked at it now, Amazon has a great alternative. If Pathfinder isn't offering us enough value, Amazon is offering a lot of damage to the build. So we could very easily just utilize Amazon, utilize the accuracy for the crit, again, then grab the Primal Urge or whatever it was called for the more damage, and use the Stalking Panther for survivability, and would be a great alternative to our Ascendancy. And if we end up using Spiral Volley into the build, if we want to build that in, with the Corrosion and Armor Break to generate Endurance charges, convert those to Frenzy charges, we are also able to utilize the Amazon Elemental Surge. BPL should start in a couple hours. What is happening to my music, by the way? The browser closed itself. Okay. I don't have to stream it, but I am considering streaming it. The league start for this build is what I'm simulating here. This is an SSF run, and I'm very happy with it. I've reached T50 maps without any bigger issues. The biggest SSF hurdle I had was get a good weapon. Now in trade you just buy a good weapon for like 10-15 chaos and you're fine. We can buy a Voltexic Rift, we have Sliver Tongue. There are so many good weapon options. In trade this isn't an issue. This was only an issue because I forced myself to do this as a pure SSF one. Once you have a good weapon, you are smooth sailing. And given that I managed to get 5 perfect jewelers in one day, where I did most of the push, I think I went from T1 to T11s. And if they stay as common, that is very easily powerful for us as well, because it unlocks the Corrosion, Escalating Poison setup on Gas Arrow, full damage and Toxic Growth, and Poison Burst Arrow. That's the only 3 links we need. Everything else can be 5 linked without issues. Campaign is the weakest part of this build, because Poison in Campaign deals with delayed damage. It requires a little bit of understanding, but if it's really bad, you can always just level as a Grenade Deadeye and respec later, or you can level as Grenade Pathfinder and respec into Poison later, or you can use Stormcaller Arrow, which didn't got nerfed. It's totally fine to use Stormcaller Arrow. And utilize Stormcaller Arrow until you hit the point where Poison takes over, when you have 22 for Gas Arrow and Toxic Growth. You just need to get 2 gas arrow toxic growth. That solves all your damage. And then once you have contagion, which, not contagion, Herald of Plague next league, you have all the clear you need for this build to feel satisfying. At that point, Plague Burst also deals enough damage. Crafting from Abyss is, as far as I'm aware, staying in the game, Michael Nima.
Prepare yourself.
And if you play a little bit greedy, if you don't play super careful, you can easily just run past enemies. You have damage on kill. Next league we can't get heavy stunned. So all we have to do is dodge roll past the pack, kill the pack with 1 poison burst, and watch the same reaction kill everything. There we go, rarity. Can you... Hey! Can the meteor stop? And can I click on that? There we go.
Must be worth something.
There, that dude got 1 shot. And we have very satisfying clear with... Fancy. Very satisfying here with a mix of Herald of Plague and Herald of Blood.
Let's do this.
There was a crit, and he is dead. Early on we don't even need Roar, and later on we can still use Roar, but early on we are doing too much dodge rolling to move faster through packs as they die to poison. We aren't killing up front, we are killing with a slight delay. It's a tot build still, this is a small downside of it, but it's very satisfying and it has auto chaining. Like, look at this. Everything dies after 1 attack. It's just a question of when, rather than if.
Barely broke a sweat.
I'm going intentionally overly greedy right now, just to show how everything behind me dies. Oh. Well, that was halfway done already. Just a couple stragglers left that stood intentionally good for them. And now we just need to kill this rare. Another level up. We don't even need Arrow Nova, we don't need additional projectiles. But the good thing is, starting next week we can utilize additional projectiles. So it's not a stat we only use for clear. Because of the change to toxic growth, it can also be utilized for single target damage. Meaning we can use it on gear without feeling like we just invested in gear, not in single target damage. Making the build further stronger. Hey, stop teleporting. Oh, I died. I got hit by... I didn't watch if it was bleed or what it was. But of course, survivability right now, I still have less than 2 HP. I don't have life on all my gear. I'm still in SSF. Gear can be improved with better investment in it. Fanatic bow. Also another benefit, we can use pretty much all bow bases. We just want a high fizz chaos damage, or if we have Plague Finger Gloves, high fizz anything damage to deal with the enemies. Oh, that's a heavy dot that applied on the ground.
Stay light, stay alive.
Alright, let's finish the map.
Return to death.
Look at this. We killed back here and the chain is still going up here.
flourish.
I got double hit. Setting at only 10k evasion, only less than 2k life. Again. Right now, my biggest issue is honestly the survivability, just because I don't have the gear for that yet. But in terms of damage and feeling, this build is amazing. I did consistently level up so far. I got to level 86, right? 79. When you play a little bit safer, you have no issue with leveling. Only when you start playing greedy will you die a bit more often. Should be close to the boss as well. Always die towards the end of the map if I die.
An easy trophy.
Yeah, the rare almost insta-died. Likely got crit. Yeah, exactly. In trade, I can just trade for gear. Also, we don't know how good Incursion is for getting gear. Oh, I got stuck in a corner. Okay, dude. Got killed by Molten Shell. Alright, I see how it is. No map showcase. But we got a Divine. I'm sitting at 2 perfect 4 Divines. I could easily buy upgrades in trade right now. And Sliver Tongue is... I mean, it has more crit. But as far as I know, this one just felt better when I tested it on the map. Alright. Back away from that. I need to finish writing, checking if I got all in the patch notes. Maybe. Amazon. The passive skills we mentioned. I can in a moment. Let me quickly look through here. This might be a slight nerf, to be fair. This might be one of the nerfs that might make us use Roar a bit more. I don't know if there were leaks. They are on PoE. If you go to Druid and you look on Markdown, there are these things. Are you meaning those? Yeah. I've seen them. I didn't know if there were leaks or not. They look pretty official. Like, those images are usually official ones. These are actually interesting. Attack area of effect clusters. AoE is both good for toxic growth and poison burst, so those might be useful for us. Forge speed clusters on mercenary. It doesn't mention what it adds to the ranger part. Oh no, here. A bow cluster and a modified Modify the projectile cluster in the ranger section of the tree, granting surpassing chance to fire. Oh! So, the node that will be added here is gonna be chance to fire an additional arrow. That is good to know. And then it's a bow cluster. Then is the bow cluster likely this one? Or this one? This one feels a bit close to that one. So this might be not the AoE, which might be a prot speed cluster. Doesn't mention something between Ranger and Merc. We'll have to see on that one. Remnant pickup. Alright. Support gem changes. So, these are nothing major for us. Bloodletting is not needed for us. We have Ulnitul's Embrace or Ash's Radiance, which we might be able to use depending on the weapon we go for. We have Oog's Smelting, which is interesting if we link it to Gas Arrow, but 5% increased physical damage is whatever, as we're not repeatedly breaking and consuming armor, we are only doing it once. And the more damage we do, the less it matters to us because the enemy dies before the armor is fully broken. Aunt Citadel is interesting, but it's fissures, it's not good for us. Rickwold's Ferocity is not changed in... It's 30% increase instead 20% more for weapon set 1, but it's still more damage on weapon set 2, which is where we are using our main skills. So this is still usable for us. Gaokan's Resolve is now usable for us, I have that mentioned. Kugel's Leash is now 15 seconds, which again might be usable for us. Our Arcadis Luft is straight up buffed, which we are going to be using. Nova Projectiles, which is neat, but this nerf means nothing for us. We only need one arrow to kill a pack. So, very easily we just use maybe 1 or 2 additional arrows because they benefit us in our single target damage. And then we are good to go. We don't worry about Nova Projectile nerf at all. Chains 100% more time is irrelevant for us. Chain support is irrelevant. Culmination is irrelevant. Skill changes. So, we have the plant here. This is a nerf to Acidic Concoction, which is considered more or less a bug, and they now fixed it, so that is whatever for us. But we have... Oh, that's down here. Sorry, that's jumping ahead. We have new support gems for plant skills. And we need to see how those behave, if they are a buff to our Vine Arrow, or if they're not. Freezing Salvo is a tier 3 skill, which might make Act 1 easier. If there are no further changes to the skill except moving it lower, then we can just use that instead of Vine Arrow at level 3, kill the Druid, and kill the bosses in the crypt very easily. Because Freezing Salvo actually deals a lot of damage. And if it stays like that, then it's just a very easy, very fast kill we can utilize starting level 6. And then we will swap to Poison Burst, Vine Arrow slightly later. I don't think I'm gonna go for this at launch, though. I'm just gonna stick to my poison leveling. Attrition being a tier 4 spirit gem is interesting, but this is not for us. Where we have... Attrition also reserves less spirit, but still has the same buff. So just over time, more damage taken. Charge regulation. This might affect us if we want to utilize charges on the build. It is now not a more, it's an increase. So they basically replace all instances of more skill or attack speed with increased skill or attack speed. This is just so that they aren't multiplicative with each other anymore. We don't care about attack speed too much, so it's whatever. There we start with, where is it? Frozen Locust, Gathering Storm. Ghost Dance is a nerf to if we want to go with the ES Evasion hybrid build to our late game build, but we can still play around that with the fast forward or shortened duration or what it was called. The higher it is, the more benefit we get from that support, so that's gonna be fine. Where our... here. So here's the first interesting thing. Where is it? I saw the electrocuting arrow was here. Lightning arrow only got its interaction with lightning rod nerfed, meaning we could technically still use lightning arrow as a clear skill if we're using the Plague Finger gloves. If we don't, it's whatever. If we do, it's neat. Rain of Arrows got slightly changed, which we might be able to use with Withering Touch. I've seen a couple people have do that. I might test it out. War Mount just reverted to its 0.2 stage. Spire Volley got its damage buffed. It might be revisited later. Here, Stormcaller Arrow. So Stormcaller Arrow now has shocks enemies without dealing 50% more damage. We can utilize Stormcaller Arrow with Voltexic Rift. So we just use this for Withering Touch and Shock, which is really good if we have Voltexic Rift, because our Chaos damage can shock then. And if we are converting most of our damage to Chaos damage, we can also use Chaos Attunement, which gives us damage as extra Chaos damage, but we deal less damage, less non-Chaos damage. But if we go all in on Lightning damage, which we all converting to Chaos, that is a really good way to gain additional damage, and then gaining more additional damage by other lightning conversions. Lightning is extra chaos. So we just deal a bunch of lightning damage theoretically, converted to chaos, and this means we deal a lot of chaos damage. Right here. Toxic Domain theoretically got buffed, but I don't like it as much as I like Toxic Growth. We talked already about it several times today. Toxic Growth, this might be an initial nerf, unless the overlap of Toxic Growth got improved by this, which means that the 4 postules are always overlapping, which hopefully does, because that's what the skill is made for. In this case, it is actually a buff, because we can now have an improved overlap of the skill, and if we add additional postules, those are also more likely to overlap then. And we have a 100% base attack speed, which, if it overlaps better, this attack speed means we can fire it more often, killing enemies faster and burning through our mana faster. Mine Arrow got buffed. And here's the second interesting thing. If the enemies are more susceptible to being electrocuted, if Voltaic Mark enables electrocution, we might be able to use Voltaic Mark in combination with Stormcaller Arrow and the Voltexic Rift to trigger Voltexic Mark for free, electrocute the enemy for free, gain the extra damage, which then, if we use the Plague Finger Gloves, apply to our poison damage as well. Also, the Gale Force damage is from Wind Dancer is whatever, we just used it for the convenience. Now, in terms of uniques, the biggest buff to us is the... where is it? Is the Voltexic Rift. There's also the other bows got slightly buffed, but they aren't as good as Voltexic Rift. Voltexic Rift is just incredibly powerful, or was already for the build, as a mid-time weapon, and now it's gonna be even more powerful. Anything else I missed? If we do a lot of running and we don't need evasion rating because the maps are just too empty, Queen of the Forest might be a viable option, especially if we combine it with the Amazon approach and get our evasion rating from other sources, not the body armor. It would just give about 75 movement speed, which would be pretty neat. That looks like it. So now we get to the runes. And because they're limited to 1, we have different constellation we can do. On gloves, we can take one defensive rune, and we can take the... Where is it? I can find it. So the rune, the poison magnitude, got buffed by 5%, but limited to 1. So we can have that. Then we can utilize the +1 arrow rune. We can utilize the +1 poison rune. We can utilize the damage as extra chaos rune. If we use Plague Finger, we can use the damage as extra of each element rune. If we're not, we can also just use the improved physical rune or the improved lightning rune if we're using Voltaxic Rift on our weapon. On the gloves we have the dot multi, not dot multi, the ailment. And on boots we have movement speed, and then we can also use the sprint speed, and we just utilize those together. So we have a decent amount of options to utilize on the build. Essence nerf doesn't affect us too much. And the chance for additional arrows doesn't affect us too much either. Alright, I think we got everything that is affecting the build. So, to do one last recap of all the buffs we take. Toxic Growth might have been an overall buff. Vine Arrow is definitely buffed. While Toxic Rift is buffed and is very powerful for our build in the mid stages of it. Our Akali's Lust is buffed and very powerful for the build. Ash, Radiance, or Unitude's Embrace are buffed and really good for the build. Also, with the damage being then chaos damage, we might be also able to use Withering Touch. Need to see. Kogel's Command, also very powerful for the build. We're mostly doing physical and chaos damage in that case. And it only reserves 30 Spirit. So if we are having Withering Touch working on something else, we don't need Withering Presence. We can just swap in Kogel's Command with the Skeleton Archer. We have a Gas Cloud we immediately can place, and then get the buff. And this is permanent then. Garakan's Resolve might be very powerful. We need to see how we can utilize it. Roar's unbuffed. Ascendancy from the Pathfinder, very powerful, very good to use. And we have a couple of big changes. Big questions that we need to answer once we have the patch, once we have the data mine, once we are in game, and see for the smaller details of the build. Alright. It took a while, but we have gathered everything. So now we just need to finalize the build choices. What is the order of skill gems? What is the order of spirit gems? What is the order of essences? And for that I just need to do a little bit of testing. That's a late first. Right, so I'm thinking of adding a couple stages in between here. We have like maps, red maps, and decent gear. And then we look at expensive gear and expensive ES evasion gear for literally what they said. I think the skill gem setups are mostly final. We need to see with Acidic Concoction. And I still need to consider, do I want Plague Bearer or Wind Dancer for campaign? I think Wind Dancer is good if I don't need to rely on Plague Bearer for damage. If I need to rely on Plague Bearer for damage, it's definitely the better one. I'm pretty sure this is the best pathing on the passive tree. I'm pretty confident on this. We take Clean Shot, because this one is one passive node more, and is permanent 35 damage. We don't need chance to inflict ailments. Both Toxic Growth and Poison Burst Arrow are guaranteed. So we don't need vile wounds. I am muling for a mercenary if I don't get a crossbow dropped, or can buy a crossbow if I can do that. I just instead go and do mud barrows with the grenades. It is faster than to get a tier 2. And we don't care if our Poison Burst is a level 1 or level 2 gem. Once we have this, Crippling Toxins, our Vine Arrow, Poison Burst is actually doing a decent amount of single target damage. And we supplement this with Explosives, Grenades, until we have these nodes. And we have Toxic Growth, which Toxic Growth then takes over for single target. And next league, the multi-shot we use on explosive grenades, which normally would be dropped afterwards or be used on poison burst, can now be used on toxic growth instead of execute, which is a situational buff. And we need to consider that we almost always explode our toxic growth postules early, so we always assume that they have the 300% more damage. So that is going to be a very powerful support that is going to mitigate the nerf, in quotations, that we got on toxic growth halfway. And we also allow our toxic growth to be pre-placed up to 12 pustules, which hopefully then have a really good overlap and we can kill the boss very quickly with that. And I really like the use of weapon set 1 and 2 on this build. We are only picking up +1 poisons on our secondary setup. In our primary setup, we instead pick up low tolerance, which this low tolerance applies to the pustules and to the vine arrow, which aren't poisoned at that time, so we get the improved poison on it, making that even stronger. From there we have damage against full life, again for our poison burst arrow clear, and toxic growth gets more damage, which we already start picking a little bit into crit, and from there we are improving. This, I'm pretty sure this is the best reprogression we can have. I've been spending a lot of time tinkering with that tree, and I'm pretty sure this is the strongest. We just have to see if there are any major node changes that wants us to adjust this tree. So, next we check the gem setups. So, given the change, we would likely not be using execute anymore here. And here we would use multi-shot later on, instead of execute. And then we need to decide between Plague Bearer and Wind Dancer. We have the weapon sets mentioned here. And we likely need to use Contagion for a while, which I don't like, but it's the best way to spread the poison. So we fire Poison Burst, apply Contagion, in the meantime the enemy dies, and spreads the poison into the pack. That is the idea. But likely, or more likely, we need, instead of escalating poison, we grab Bursting Plague for our early clear. That's likely the stronger thing, instead of escalating poison, which is not doing that much that early, based on my tests at least. Actually, we can test that right now. How good is escalating poison early? I logged in on a different character. Alright, so if we are using this, how long does the boss take to die?
Fury!
About 10 attacks plus Divine Arrow. Without it?
Invader! Feed! Be still!
Alright, about 3 attacks more. So escalating poison is not doing nothing. Wait. If it's not doing nothing, is it actually applying then if I continue? I need to test this. Alright, we are doing 6 poison burst attacks and 1 vine arrow and see how much damage it is. 1, 2, 6. That is 250. I did one more. 290. 5 attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 235. Okay. And now we do it with escalating poison again. One. I don't know if it's faster or not. I think I need to make an actual side-by-side comparison. Because I feel like that during this double poison, she dies a lot quicker.
Invader! Estelle! My pet's hunger!
To compare, let me try just use poison without vine arrow.
Estelle!
No, it is... So it is vine arrow that makes it feel fast. Like we have here, when during the 2 poison.
Swell!
Wait. I need to figure out if multiple poisons on vine arrow affect it at the same time or not.
Feed! Swell!
I don't think it does. I think vine arrow is only applicable with 1 poison. So if we do this, we look at the pace it goes, and if we do this, and we look at the pace it goes. Is it significantly faster or not? I can't decide. Or I can't see.
Invader!
52.
Nice! Invader! Feed!
I think that we need to look at the part where Viner was affected by 2 poisons and compared to not, right? So this is 2 attacks in Vine Arrow. And this is the pace it went. Something like this. And now we do it again with escalating poison. So it blinked twice, so it should have been affected by 2. But I think the pace in which it drains, the only it increases is the second poison on poison burst. The Vine Arrow dot part doesn't feel, so it is not significantly faster, it's only slightly faster because of the second poison. I think I really need to just record this, open it in DaVinci and look at it side to side. The exact frame, look at the exact same frame the second poison appears on her. So here to here. And compare the exact difference in damage. Well, feel-wise, I would say that this is not significantly faster than this. We compare 1 to 2. It does not feel significant enough that I would say that the second poison is affecting the Vine Arrow. So I would say that Bursting Plague and just focusing on the clear on the Poison Burst is stronger, because we don't have... There's a... because we don't have Contagion. The reason why I'm going Pathfinder is because I think the Ascendancy got Giga buff. It's gonna be a lot of quality of life on it. What would you go then on a Poison build? What would be your call, Inconox? Alright. I can't go Bursting Plague because that's a T2 support. So in Act 1 I am packing Escalating Poison because there's no alternative. Yes, so we know last league, Jungron did an Amazon Poison Toxic Growth, which is mainly a hit build, and only using enough poison damage to insta-proc those, which is fine, it's fair, but I want to look at the poison part of the build. I want to utilize my main reason to go poison is Herald of Blood with Herald of Plague for the clear chains. And the more powerful the build is, the more absorbed those clear chains get. Now, it could be that those aren't needed, that we just don't have enough pack size that we need that, but that is the main goal for me. Podcast University. Stacking attributes. I think if I go with Toxic Rift, there is an argument to stack a little bit of intelligence to use with the Hand of Wisdom and Action Gloves. Which is fair enough, it might work. But I think better than that is to just not do it and scale better rares. I think we can craft really powerful rares right now. And because of the nerfs to the item, it's just better to use a powerful rare. And don't both bow and glove slot, then rather use unique on bows. And then the alternative would be in stacking accuracy on an Amazon. But at that point, we don't really need that much crit and damage. We are already gonna be clearing most. My expected damage in my endgame setup on Toxic Growth with... can calculate that. Can calculate that. What can I take to... yeah. Just to showcase this. We are looking at something between 10 and 15 million DPS based on the new Toxic Growth per the 5 poisons. And if we end up using overwhelming toxicity, we can also... wait. Why is it now nerfing on this setup? Oh well. That's what I need to calculate the smaller details. We have a decent poison duration, we are crit fishing, and we deal a lot of damage. So I don't feel like I need attributes, I need more. This is enough to kill anything in the game at the current state. And we can still optimize the tree further based on the nodes we are getting. I also don't know how correct PoE is here on the calculations. I just know that in-game it looks absolutely absurd from what I've seen and also from what I've played. Alright. So, again. Oh. In Act 2, we then get Bursting Plague, right? We keep Contagion. We get Prolonged Duration. We get multi-shot 2 here. We get Deadly Poison 1 and Deadly Poison 2. We get Persistent Ground. And we move Escalating Poison over here. Alternatively, we get Wind Dancer with these mods. But Wind Dancer we would then need Chance to Poison. So Wind Dancer we would just not support with that. Oh, the part of Pathfinder that makes it better. So we have a couple of options on the Pathfinder next league. We can utilize O-ring toxicity in the late game stages of the build. This will be adding overall more damage on our poison once we have enough crit chance so that we can fish in for enough crit poisons. If we don't need a lot of mapping, we can use the new Running Assault instead of a Roar. This is better with the new spirit we need for Herald of the Plague. Relentless Pursuit is really high quality of life. No champ chains, no chill, no maiming. And then combined with that, no knockdown from sprinting. It's very safe for trying to run the maps greedy. And Traveler's Wisdom plus Traveler's Path also has a big potential. There's also the argument of sustainable practice for maybe actually really good pure evasion build. And the new Traveler's Path lets us, if we go CI, start on the witch side, so we can pick up pure energy, we can pick up the small energy shield nodes if we want to. We have Insightfulness Melding, we have Mana and Kill here, we have an easy crit access here, and if we are going with the Vortexic, we also have Chaos Damage here, and Skill Effect Duration, which does apply to Poison Burst. So we have a stronger mapping poison, which we care somewhat about the time it lasts, because we need it to last long enough for the poison spread, Herald of the Plague, that it can deal its damage until we have enough accumulated other poisons with Bursting Plague triggered from Herald of Blood. Alright. There is no hard force to go Pathfinder anymore. Overwhelming toxicity can be replaced by other things, but unnecessarily increasing the hit portion is then making it more of an on-hit build than a dot build, which is just defeating the purpose. But there is arguments to just go Amazon. In late game we can go Ritualist with the additional ring. Maybe that is actually a good option. So you would say Lich. What are the nodes we care about? Unholy Might. We don't really have a lot of mana. We would be leveling as ED Contagion. We aren't really cursing, so we don't really need to explode. Or we get the Eternal Life Survivability package. How good is Unholy Might? Not bad. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, maybe. I see the argument. My Mobalytics profile is an early access to the PoE. I haven't finished the guide yet. You can go there manually. I don't have set up a link yet. And take a look at the work in progress state. So if you if you go to Mobalytics and look for Cyclone Definitive, you can find the Poison Pathfinder. I've set it public, but be warned, this is a build in progress, and here's the POB code. I'm not finished with the build yet. So I'm not making a command until I say, okay, this is a version everybody can have access to. We are still in the work in progress state. So I'm saying people that are interested, take a look at it. But I can't... If I make a link, people might assume it's done and then make wrong assumption based on the build. Based on the stages. For example, I have unreasonable expensive gear for early stages right now that I'm just looking to see numbers with. You're saying Lich, so let's quickly make this just as a theoretical tree. How would this look? I'm not opposed to going Lich for the ED Contagion campaign. Let me quickly take a look at... some Liches. Right, we are using this because we want chaos damage, that makes sense. Wait, what? Spear Throw, Rage Forged. Spear failed. It's poison. Lake Bearer. Convalescence, Despair, Toxic Growth. You can't? Name is likely too generic. Okay, cool. I'm not appearing on any of the searches. That's good to know. Okay. No, overwhelming toxicity is not our first node. We only allocate that later. We either go acidic concoction to utilizing campaign and respec out of it later. So either this, or we grab Traveler's Wisdom still, or the Path Seeker, whatever it's called, for movement. Poison, how Path Seeker works. So Path Seeker is gonna give us 4 points instead of 5. It's okay, happens. And we can allocate these nodes or these nodes. We have this in PoE 1 with the Ascendant, which can start at other build starting nodes. So we just can basically, if I'm starting here, and imagine all these red nodes aren't there. So I can do this, but I could also go here. I need to test how good Acidic Concoction is, if that is an alternative Lab 1 choice, or if we just barely gonna be relying on Lab. We are just grabbing Traveler's Wisdom because it gives +5 passive points, including the level node, and then we can pick up any nodes we want for damage on tree, and we only gonna be grabbing second Lab for the cannot be slowed, and third Lab then for running Assault. just to have a slightly more convenient time, and then we grab toxicity at the end. Now that it doesn't have the node, we use Herald of Plague. It's the only way. Alright, we wanted to look at theoretically what we could do with a Lich. So what are people going for? Of course we're going as much energy shield as possible. We can grab this. We grab mana on kill. Grab that. That is chaos damage. That is energy shield. That is energy shield. That is strong. That is strong. We grab this, then we go down here and we get our poison here. Grab the classic stuff here. Grab this. Right, I'll take a look later. And this is level 95. So we can't grab poison here or poison here. We can't grab movement speed here. This is already a 95 tree. How is it comparing to this one? 3.6 to 8.9. We get to the buffed in one. We're currently looking at Lich. The EHP is nice. So I do notice that 14, this is roughly equivalent state. 14 to 9 goes to 28,933. This is just a random PoB I yoinked off the side. But I guess then I go Hex Bloom Curse. I do disagree on our first choice, Ice Cold. No, we looked at what if we take the Poison Pathfinder and throw it on a Lich based on Inkunox's idea. It was just a random idea that we just took a quick look into to make a quick comparison. I think this is not the way to go. I think the campaign would be better on this, but comparing it to a Pathfinder tree is just so much damage. So we will need to work even more around it. Need to use a Vortexic Rift, which still isn't that much better. So for now, I'm discarding the idea. I might revisit it later, once I look more into this. Alright. I think the Lich build is a lot more interesting for the Last Lament crossbow. Don't get me wrong, and that is pretty cool. And maybe a late game where we don't need it, it's fine. But I think at League Start, I just want Pathfinder. I really like this tree. I like the usage of weapon set 1 and 2. I like the Pathfinder notes. I agree with Ice Cold that running Assault and Relentless Pursuit is gonna be insane. I don't know when overwhelming toxicity is gonna be better for us. So if we're looking, for example, Act 2 would be when we get our first Sensi. If I'm grabbing Toxic Growth here, Toxic Growth right now has... where is it? 2 poisons. So we set this to 2 poisons. Now ignore that I have the damage here wrong. This is just for showcasing this. We are looking at 6.5k damage of all poisons. If we pick this up, we go to 4 poisons, 9k. $9k compared to 6.5. So it gives 2.5k total damage. So it's not that dead. What is poison DPS? 2k? Okay, never mind. 4.6k. I definitely underestimated that node. It is looking stronger than I expected. That it doubles the DPS at this stage of the game. If I would have went for the Lich, I would have leveled as ED Contagion and transitioned into that build in the later game. Once I had the gear and everything. I wouldn't have went Lich bow in campaign. Yeah. So my biggest issue was I always looked at just this number. And that number top there isn't really doing much with when I change overwhelming toxicity. So it's always... this is hard to calculate in theory how good it is. And it's also impossible to be tested this league. But given the number I see here, it is definitely worth considering at launch, grabbing it at lab 1. That has changed my opinion about it just now. It might be the strongest damage node we have access to. Meaning that we would take... I don't think we need slow immunity in lab 2. Meaning we would take passive points in lab 2 as before. And we would be taking Relentless Pursuit for the slow immunity as we enter maps, for convenience. And then the last lab we either have Running Assault or Traveler's Wisdom. Let me quickly check if I missed anything in chat before I answer your question, Boratos. Christmas decoration. Alright. Grandmister, are you still here? I'm sorry for the delay in answering what about the poison toxic growth Pathfinder got buffed. If you're still here, I can explain it now. If this is actually the first node and the numbers add up, then yes, Jamon Ra is gonna be a lot easier with toxicity. Because our poison, we aren't on a crit build yet, our poison is stable. This is the next question I'm looking at, Hajik. So we have 2 options. Plague Bearer, offensive, and Wind Dancer, defensive. One thing I noticed when I did the mercenary run through, Wind Dancer is a saving grace when you're sprinting past enemies. When I'm sprinting with Wind Dancer stacks and I would get hit, instead of getting knocked prone, I do the knockback wave and I know, oh, hey, I need to be aware, I need to reposition. I do a dodge roll, I reposition, I'm fine. If I go Plague Bearer, I have additional single target damage whenever I go to 100 and I can do Plague Bearer into Toxic Growth. I have a bigger initial burst by pre-firing Toxic Growth and then Plague Bearer when the boss is up. So the Plague Bearer does a lot of poison damage. We're looking here. Plague Bearer, it... Huh? Why can I not look at the poison damage it does? So, I guess we look here. Plague Bearer stores the poison, the expected poison damage, and then builds it up. Which is neat. It has more flat damage depending on your weapon. But it's not really needed. It's convenient, don't get me wrong. Having a Plague Bearer with Plague Explosion or what it was called, and some poison chance, and it chains and it fuels itself, and then you have bleed support there is neat. Oh, poison! An armor explode. I forgot about that one. I only looked at the bleed one with Herald of Blood. 100% yes, Hajik. That one is firm. Herald of Plague is giving poison prolif, so we don't need contagion. We are just proliferating poison. That is definitely the best second option. When we get a level 8 Spirit Gem. Of course, if we get additional Spirit in campaign, we can use Plague Bearer and Wind Dancer. We need 16 to 18 Spirit Gem in maps. Crossbow Pathfinder, I do not know. Do you mean with Gas Cloud or with on-hit damage? Ice Cold, do you have a video for the armor explosion poison? I know that last league, what was it name? Not Darth. Dreamcore. Why can I not move this? Huh? There we go. Let's see. Poison. Armor explosion. I would look at Dreamcore, how his league start went, how it build felt. I like to utilize, I want to go with the poison skills, so I will be definitely going bow. That is fair enough, yeah. There's an argument for armor evasion, even on bow, to be fair. If energy shield actually is guarded, there's a good argument to just use the Path Seeker. Where's my... There. A Path Seeker and start on the Warrior. And if we start on the Warrior, we can get armor easily. So we grab Relentless into Sturdy. We go down here and we can grab this as armor. And then we can also, if we really want to, go here and utilize the armor, broken armor that we are applying with corrosion. And then we have an armor evasion Pathfinder, where we can transition from here to this part easily, as it's more leaning to the left side than to the right side. Arguably yesn't. So, to understand the nerf to the rune, we need to understand that we could have went all in on it and used the belt with the rune sockets, plus the gloves with the rune sockets, now we're just using a different build. But also, we don't need it that much. It's a lot of damage, don't get me wrong. I have it here in my planned PoB. I would have used Darkness Enthroned with the poison magnitude, but because it's limited to 1 and we don't have on the gloves alternatives, we can just use a different belt. We can just use different runes on the gloves and having slightly less damage. But overall, on the weapon, we have very many different runes we can utilize, so that part is not a nerf. And we will be able to play around it. Two options, both of them on armor evasion, crossbow, Amazon crossbow. Yeah. No, I can definitely see the arguments for that. Armor evasion looks pretty good, but if you really want to go armor evasion, you have to go sorcerer ward. With the buff that it applies to all damage types now. I think that would be the coolest way. And then you go for a high armor with the refraction banner. But I think that is more fancy than tested. Alright. Yes, we could, instead of using Herald of... So we would be adding Armor Explosion instead of Bleed here. But we would also need Corrosion then. So we're using Bursting Plague, Corrosion, Armor Break, and Armor Explosion. It's a bit much for just one skill. I don't know if this is too much investment into Explosion Chain. The good part about Herald of Blood is that we have all the chaining in one 30 Spirit setup. And we only need a 5-link, to be honest. Only really need a 5-link here. Alright, please let me know how it goes. Also, uncovering real, I appreciate the follow. Thank you, buddy. Oh, my phone rings. Alright. We can't have two instances of the same thing. Tuna is trying... Yo! I wanted Pathfinder! They should all go Druid and let me have the Pathfinder here for myself. Right. I look into that. I still have the character here. I can... If I get a couple more gems... I'm not migrating this one until it's force migrated. So I can test a little bit more on the build and see how it behaves in different scenarios and different setups. Now that I'm T15 maps. Just need to stack up a couple more. So what we have Armor Explosion. When they fully break. So I can't use Gas Arrow's Armor Break. I need to use Corrosion. Oh, cool. So I just need Armor Break Corrosion. I don't need Armor Break. So Corrosion plus Armor Explosion. We can try that real quick. I grab my Corrosion off here. So we would not have Bleed here. We have those two. Let's see how many chains that starts. Oh, I failed to spring, right. After this map test, I will have to get to the end of the stream. So I can eat dinner with my grandparents. Interesting. Yeah?
I shall overcome.
Wait, is Armor Explosion doing fire damage? Okay. This is... Okay. But this means I can only do this with the Plague Finger gloves. So that the fire damage, when it explodes, actually changes. So it happens, I proc it. But procking it is not doing anything because fire damage cannot bleed. I cannot bleed or poison.
Quick and leap.
But it's good to know that it works. I will need to look into that if I can get my hands on a Plague Finger. Plague Bearer poison only build versus bleed poison. I think Plague Bearer better. Yeah, maybe. I mean, having freeing 30 spirit is worth a lot. I just like auto-chaining explosion for added clear. I just think it's very satisfying. So that's what was my starting point of the build. And I extended from there.
What luck?
What luck indeed. Oh no. Well, that can happen next league. That won't happen next league. Do I have an opinion on Amazon change? I think it's gonna be fine late game wise. If I remember correctly, the Volt Protector got buffed, so you can technically still do the permanent charge thingy with it. Consume power charge, consume frenzy charge. But I think the support that did the consumption got removed. So I think that is the biggest hurdle to overcome. If you can consistently consume charges, you can still very easily generate them. Hey, stop hitting me with tiny arrows. Wide when I get to the second poison cluster. I directly start using them because a lot of poison nodes are only good for either clear or single target. So I'm directly utilizing weapon sets, and I'm planning to show a little trick on the next practice one I do that makes applying weapon set nodes really powerful during campaign that I have not seen enough people use. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck in a corner.
In my sights. Burst.
Can I do a crit? Can you die? Thank you.
Barely broke a sweat.
Oh, he revived. No! I need those revives. And why are there no checkpoints in this map? Aye, this map is causing issues. About to break? That was not a good showcase of the build. Abyss is stopping me from progressing. There's the boss. I just need to get to the boss. Boss is easy. Ow. And it really can hit from afar. Leave me alone. There we go. Ooh, and a one ball. Ah. Man, I just want to get to the boss, dude. You were already dead. Why are you still alive? I mean, I know why. I know the mod.
Too weak.
But holy, he had a lot of AoE on him. The second death was unfortunate. Alright, we got to the boss. There was the crit. And now we watch the boss elf bar drop into oblivion.
Made me work for it.
There we go. I know I can do this.
Came out on top.
Alright. Test successful. A lot of learn today. I really appreciate the input from everybody in chat today. Everybody's ideas and opinions. That really helped fleshing out the build further. And it really just improves the overall quality of the build. Also, just re-explaining things. I noticed a couple of things I misunderstood about the build. Looking at all the buffs, I'm really excited for this. I can't wait to finish the guide for this after I played BPL. And share it with everyone. And have an amazing league start on this build. Now I will be going to eat dinner. I will be ending the stream here. Gonna send you somewhere else for more PoE 2 preparations. So if you're interested, at 8 PM this time, or 9 PM, so in... when exactly? In roughly 2 hours, I will be playing Path of Exile 1 as a community organized event, where we compete 3 teams, with about 150 people each, racing for collecting unique items, races, and bounties, and just having a fun time with a lot of amazing PoE 1 players. If you're interested in that, feel free to join in later again, and watch us play the game. All this being said, for now, have a wonderful day, evening, or morning, depending on your time zone, and I shall be back later. Alright, where are we going? Wait, we need to go to Tuna. We need to look at his Pathfinder plans. And tell him we are already going Pathfinder. You can't go Pathfinder. Goodbye, everyone.